there's the passion within the community, right? And that passion can be let out in a positive way and in a negative way as well. The comment section yesterday, for example, it started off a little bit on the negative, but the moment the moderators jumped on in, and once again, right, thank you so much, moderators of Call of Duty Mobile. You guys are fantastic. Thank you so much for keeping the community clean. Thank you so much for cleaning up the chat yesterday as well, because by the time we got to the very end, Neptune, it was squeaky clean, and we just saw positives all around. And hopefully today we can start off with those positive, right? A lot of teams, a lot of fans, I have to say, of the Four Kings, they were a little disappointed initially with the disqualification of one of the teams, especially their main team in itself. But we do have the Aces here representing the Four Kings, and I feel like that whole bandwagon behind the Four King branding itself is going to be in the broadcast today. So I'm quite curious to see exactly what the communication is going to be like in the chat segment.
Yeah, exactly. But we all know some of the members of the team, like as we mentioned yesterday, Fright and Kume. They've showed us already the gameplay that they can offer in this tournament, and we're just like looking forward to how they can go and fight it off again with Instinct as well as Negi in there in this fight. Like a new combination. Usually we offer them like the benefit of the doubt. Because though there are great players individually, the composition as well as the chemistry needs to be worked on. So I'm looking forward to how well they've mixed it up already and how exciting it will be for this Aces of the Four Kings.
Yeah, and I think it will most definitely be a showing. Whether dominant or not, we have to wait and see, because it's not just the Four King Aces in this competition. We've got a lot of the brands. But before getting into the teams that have qualified for Group B, let's take a look at the format of the competition. Because when we first started off, we had 256 teams as usual, but we've moved it all the way down into the semis. After knocking out multiple teams, we are now left with 32 teams overall. 16 of the teams have already participated in semifinals, one over 3 days. And yesterday, you guys saw who were the top 8 that moved on to the finals. We have the other half of the 32 teams in our semifinals too, which is in Group B. So for today, tomorrow, and the day after, they'll do battle to find out exactly who those top 8 are, who move on to the finals as well, to join up with the top 8 of Group A. And we will have one bombastic grand finals on our hands, Neptune. And it's not a one-day event. That's the highlight here.
Exactly. I mean, for the 3 days that the teams will be fighting it off, it will also be broken down into 6 rounds. And one thing that makes this exciting really for everyone, especially for those who are just jumping in here, is everything is on FPP. The challenge of some of the teams from the previous season switching from TPP to FPP is now really felt, and hopefully they came prepared. And not only that, they will switch from map to map, not alternately, but after 3 rounds for every day. So first 3 rounds will be on isolated, then the last 3 rounds would be on blackout, and that will be happening for all 3 days of the semifinals. And I believe the same goes for the finals as well, AJ.
Yeah, so many adjustments here for the teams to get used to. Not only do they have to get used to the new rules that are in place, you're not allowed to use any skins for your character. You're not allowed any gun skins in the game as well. Everything has to be as plain as possible to make sure the playing field is super even. But the only thing that can be a huge difference in terms of the playing field is how proficient you are at conquering Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. Let's take a quick peek at the prize pool in a little bit as well, because all of you guys are quite excited to see exactly how much these teams can rip away. And I tell you, man, it is a huge prize pool. Just the grand prize alone, that #1 spot, Neptune, is $500,000 pesos, 500,000 pesos, if you manage to grab that #1 spot. And like what we talked yesterday, or not yesterday, day before yesterday, Vagabonds Esports pretty much have their brand stamped on that #1 spot already with their dominance. But On day 3, we saw the dominant ones show signs of weakness after all eyes were set on them to figure out exactly what their strats are, and teams started taking the fight up to Vagabonds Esports themselves. It actually started to unnerve the champion of champion, the king of kings of CODM BR. And so right now, it's no longer the case that Vagabonds have booked that 10,000 USD. It's all out in the open. Other teams can fight for it as well.
Exactly, and we only saw half of the teams who will be going in on to the grand finals. This is the start of the day where we're going to see the other half, and we are going to find out if the gameplay that they have can also be a challenge for Vagabonds Esports, and that is what makes it exciting, because there's not complete domination from just one team, and hopefully for this Group B of semifinals, the same story will go on, because I'm looking forward to all of the teams really move up and take down most of this team who have competed from the previous season. And we're talking about those who not only play well on top 5 of the tournament, but also who have given us great show wherein whether they started at the bottom, they moved up to the top in there all throughout the whole 3 days of the finals, as well as other semifinal gameplays that they came back from where they were stuck at the bottom of that list.
Yeah, and being stuck at the bottom of the list is something that is a little unfortunate sometimes, but going through the format of the placement points, you can figure out exactly how you can reach up to the top. Obviously, the kills will be the main factor in Garena Survivors Season 2, as each and every single slay gets you 1 point. Placement points, on the other hand, for the 16 teams has drastically been reduced, as we have reduced the number of teams allowed out there on the battlefield. If you win the round, you get yourself 10 points. If you take second place, you get 4 lesser than the winners themselves. That's 6 points, -1 all the way down to the 7th to 8th spot. From the 9th to 16th placement, you get absolutely nothing. And that's the most painful part here. So, regardless of anything, Neptune, we've seen so many teams kind of do battle super early. They're not very patient. They don't focus on their looting. They get into those battles super early on and they bomb out. Even if they have 6 to 7 points on their side, it pretty much means nothing by the time they get to the end of it.
Exactly, especially for those who are like the teams who have been making well onto the kills, and we've seen that from the first group. They focus more on the kills, even if they're not surviving longer towards the last phase as safe zone, though we are asking them that they need to also focus on survivability. So it's more of a balance of both that they need to work on too. But well, speaking of the balance as well as the teams, this is the second half that will balance off the teams who will be moving into the grand finals as by the end of the semifinals. We have 16 teams right now, and leading the pack in here in terms of roster, not into no points just yet. We have Vagabonds, Nomads, and this is the aggressive team. The other half of the Vagabonds brand were in its before. It was complete opposite in terms of gameplay. So I'm looking forward to them if it's the same Vagabonds, Nomads that they know of.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a controversy behind the whole Vagabonds brand the last time we jumped into Garena Survivors. There was a lot of speculation that they were teaming up on the battlefield. But today, in the semifinals too, you're not going to have that sort of nonsense. You're not going to have those kind of speculations. They're all on their own. They're all alone. So they got to figure out a way to fight their way to the top. Is that going to be possible? Can they prove themselves against all odds, against the other teams out there on the battlefield? This is their chance. We've got multiple teams out here with the exact same opportunity as well. You're looking at the 4 Kings Aces, their big brothers, their main squad got disqualified, but they are here to carry the brand on their back and prove themselves. You also have Alibaba Clan, Anonymous, as well as Mystic, making MYSG proud. I want to see them climb all the way up to the top, and AMT Prime as well. This is a Singaporean brand, but they have got their players in the Philippines. Almighty Prime, the last time we saw them, a little bit of controversy facing the team as well, but they managed to rise above all of that controversy and prove their dominance on the battlefield either way. So all of that drama still continues to leak into Garena Survivor Season 2 as well, and I just cannot wait to see how do these teams convert all of that energy taken from the drama into their gameplay, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, they don't really need to fire back on the drama. It's just to fire back in the battlefield and show them, shut everyone out. who are putting them down, like from the comment section or wherever that they're hearing it, because these are pros and they need to act like pros, put it in battlefield, start that fight, and show them that they can bring it on regardless of what's happening on the outside. And I'm really, really excited to see as well for some of the teams, because we're seeing in here Team Dow Conquerors, and from the logo itself, you can see it's from VVV. So these are the VVV Esports Vici that we've known from the previous season, coming back in a new name, but still carrying over that Vici name as the Conquerors, translating from Latin to English, AJ. And we'll love to see them, because so far this team has consistently stayed on the top 5, if not the top 8 of most of the competition, like the days of the competition from the previous season, AJ.
Yeah, surprising to see VVV not step into the competition with their brand's name at the forefront. But we'll see exactly how much of an impact Team Dow in itself brings to the table for all of these teams, right? We saw a little bit of the, capability of the Dow branding within semifinals Group A in itself. So for Group B, we'll have to wait and see. But AXP, this was a brand that really showed up in semifinals for Group A. This time you've got KRATOS as well as Mercenaries here. So those are the teams that I've got my eyes on as well. Curious to see if or not a team like NRX 432 can kind of keep up with them. But we have a lot of big brands, a lot of big names in here, which only can mean we have on our hands some fantastic back-to-back battles, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, the names can bring on a story by itself, but the performance that the teams have will bring in a different chapter of that story.
Correct.
Though AXP, as mentioned from the previous group, they did well in terms of kills and into the game, but there's a chance for the two teams of AXP to bring it on to see if there are any differences with the team. The same with NRX 432, who, from what we've seen from the previous season, really did not perform that well. But hopefully the rest that they have off season is, well, like, it's really made worth it for all the practice as well as understanding of their team as well as the other teams to fight it on and probably bring themselves to the finals, bring another NRX brand into this game.
Speaking of the NRX brand, once again, can you please help confirm for me, Neptune, because I haven't looked at the roster of NRX 432 already. Is Dawn playing for them?
No, Dawn will not be playing for them. So it will be K's, Halo, Glad, as well as Jok and Clyde as a backup.
Well, I wanted to see my twin brother playing in there, but it's all right. It's all right. I'll catch him some other time. But as far as NRX 432 has in terms of a lineup, I think it is pretty strong. Let's see if or not Jok can win. But as we open up match number 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this flight path is going to be fair and square to be taken by each and every single team out there, literally opening up the full map as it cuts diagonally across from Dormitory all the way down towards Spear and New Vision City. Neptune, in a situation like this, you would expect teams to not take a hot drop against each other, but it's the first match of their group, so it is to be expected in the very first game. But hopefully in match number 2, things like that don't really go ahead to repeat, right? Because you can see Dormitory in itself, you can find a hot drop with the Royal Kings being the first ones in there, both fighting for the chopper most possibly.
Yeah, I mean, it's most of the time the first day is really where everything is like roughy at the start, with both teams or several teams in there dropping by in the same compound. No idea just yet as to where they will place themselves on this whole map. But I think at this point, they need to be cautious as well. Early engagement might be happening, but not so much in eliminating a team. But speaking of eliminating a team, we're seeing already a couple of dog tags down in there, and I think that is because of the 3 teams that jump off in nuclear plant, and that is CB1 main as well as Team Dow Conquerors, and who has lost 2 of the members. I think it's a different group in this play, so we'll have to see later on where the battle happened, and if you got that, like if it's also possible, it's also in that area of a dormitory where it happens at NRX 432. I mean, this is a plan that they usually do. They go into the farm, take out the butcher, and get all the loot that they can. But here comes a Jack trying to stop them.
Yeah, man, Jekyll from up top trying to undo the plays of NRX 432. But that's not going to be that easy. Light finds a little bit of a defense, and just above them, it will be one of the team members from the squad of NASA Vanguard. And he turns the Jackal around and continues to bombard the players. A double Jackal, triple Jackal play coming through. What in the world are we seeing? NASA Vanguard bringing a new meta into this matchup.
NASA right now really proving it onto their name that they are in here to go to space, go to the moon. In fact, we have Cardell in there as well as Lucon. This is the duo taking one of the two Jackals in play, and we'll have to see, because so far taking this Jackal, it's not that easy because you need to prioritize in getting this vehicle first, and I'm pretty sure they don't have that much in terms of loot. So where will they be going after this? That is the question. And if they will be safe once they're dropped.
I mean, I don't care if or not they win this match, but I just love what they're doing out here, man. Beautiful stuff coming through from NASA Vanguard. All four players inside of that Jackal. They get to maneuver around the battlefield in the blink of an eye and potentially shut down a couple of vehicles, potentially take a couple of knocks as well. You can see the focus coming on through. The players find absolutely no one, even though they do have the Jackal on their side. And it will be the NOOBDLES gaming squad that is in a little bit of trouble alongside NICAEA Kings, who are within this compound, Neptune.
Yeah, one thing I'm really looking forward to is them making a mistake, and well, not just a mistake, things that we often do when we drive the Jackal, AJ. I mean, crashing to their death. And that is one thing that, like, I'm looking forward to, but worry me as well for the team of NASA, because we all know it's not that easy to control that. And also having a teammate with you, you're bringing along your teammate to death if in case you make that small mistake. So hopefully that happens for our entertainment, but like not so much that it will be the end of NASA for this round number 1. But Royal Kings right now, they have this engage from dormitory, and I think they're ready to move on to their next rotation, and rotation that is prioritizing on upgrades as well as the airdrop will be one thing that they need to work on. But Royal Kings right now from the previous season is not so much of a team that brought us a lot of kills as well as placement. They barely made it to the finals, so hopefully this time they were able to work on any of the kinks and creases that they need to be able to stand strong and show up in this game, AJ.
You know, in the past, I used to compare the team's performance from competition into competition. And that's something that I really don't focus on these days, Neptune. And the main reason why I don't do so anymore is because the duration between competitions are super long. The meta changes, there are a lot of balancing in the game as well. So there is a huge possibility that a certain team could have been nothing in the previous competition and are everything in this one, right? So day number 1 is where we will have to assess and see if or not teams like the Royal Kings have made such adjustments, have been able to make such a comeback. But I love that point that you brought up. The last time we did see them, you know, we didn't really get much out of the team. But looking at the one and only 4 Kings, Instinct, Pride, Neptune, as well as Negi, this is a team I'm expecting a lot from, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. With Fried and Kuhn being part of the original main team of the 4 King, the introduction of Instinct in here, who we all know, or the community knows coming from the existence from the previous brand, is really a good addition for them. Negi in here, as we all know as well, is a good content creator and do well in like solo gameplay, duo gameplay. But how will it work in competition? Because it's not that easy if you're working on content and then focusing on competition. So hopefully this is different Negi that we will see in this gameplay. As there you go, man down right now with the chopper being taken out by the Jackal.
NASA Vanguard showing them exactly who's boss. And now 3 Jackals still up in the air. Nobody has challenged a single Jackal at all. How is this even possible? Now you do have your turrets down on the ground, surface to air missiles to take those Jackals out of the equation, but nobody has focused on getting that done just yet. And I like Instinct bringing the SVD into play. This might just be a play where we see them surprising all of us, right? Everybody has just been focused focusing on the M21 so far. So this might just be a little bit of a game changer. Sekre has got that long-range combat capability. Vagabond's Nomad on the other hand. Travis through the smoke bomber, tagging one up, but out of nowhere, Ryujin goes in for the hit as well. Sekre backs away, 10 more on his armor, but he finds a little bit of cover. And from up top, NASA Vanguard still teasing everyone who moves in for that airdrop, but Vagabond Snowman still get there either way. Aidra, Jack, but that rewind is hit. Aidra rewinds as well. There is just so much of chaos on the battlefield, Neptune.
Lucon right now still not faltering in there, getting knocks and different pilot right now, showing us how Jackal is used right here. And PvP Enra, though, with that rewind, is able to get that dog tags they need to pull back, because Vagabond's Nomads right now is in charge of this area with an airdrop already taken as well as the mobility. Rock on! Another hit by Lucon from NASA.
Oh, fantastic plays coming through from NASA Vanguard, and everybody that moves on in here to pick up that airdrop that seems to be sliced out of the equation. Stackgrave with a beautiful knock. Virus goes down. Vagabond Snowman's about to be toasted. All thanks to NASA Vanguard, who initially tagged each and every single one of them, coming through from up top with those Jackals, still trying their best to get those kills, but all they're doing is getting those knocks. Those kills are being secured at the end of the day by none of them, because it is a lot of time for Vagabond Snowmans to play around with to pick them up. The only ones who were doing a lot in there was VVV. Out of nowhere, they took advantage of the whole situation. Jackal's still up in the air though, so this is something they all have to watch out for, Neptune.
Yeah, this time it's Winter on the wheel right now, going and flying around this team. So as we can see, we still have 3 members of this team. And Kyun on the other side was able to take down Halo from NRX 420. And with a comeback of 4 Kings right now, challenging a different team. We'll have to see if this team of Vagabonds Nomads will be able, or no, the 4 Kings will be able to battle it on against the 4-3-2.
I'm already loving Group B. They have been listening all throughout the semifinals of Group A. We talked about how I'm sick and tired of seeing those M21 EBRs. I haven't spotted an M21 doing anything just yet. You are seeing those SVDs pop off. You're seeing the Arctic 50s pop off. And as I talk about it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here comes Owl as well. Lexus as well as Buckton. Slowly, they approach the compound of CB1 main. Luraj has got a long flank towards the right-hand side. Otits Ming a little too far for that backup. AXP needs to proceed with a lot of caution here, Neptune.
Yeah, they need to be cautious in this play. The 1-3 split, the 3-1 split being done by AXP right now is so tactical that they have more of a backup from behind coming from one player. And as they regroup right now, they will be boxing CB1 main in their tracks. But CB1 main will be able to pull out with a snowboard that they have. But I don't think everyone has a snowboard. Thus, they will be taking a vehicle in the process, pulling away from this fight. But Onyx Ming will be left out. So not quite sure what is wrong with Onyx Ming right now, but the rest of the teams need to come back, and this is risky right now. Finally getting into that car.
Otins was about to panic, man. He's like, hey, bros, I'm here, man. Don't leave me behind. They came back. They came back for their brothers. So all's good. CB1 main still alive and kicking. They turn around, but Vagabond Snowmass, Ryujin now sacrificed as well. The onslaught still continues. And look at this, man. CB1 main, they reposition, and now they have got AXP in their crosshairs. They haven't taken a shot just yet. The Mercenaries managing to find a little bit of a defensive compound. Nothing much to loot there, obviously, because CB1 main is all done and dusted with every single thing that you can find in those houses. The trigger discipline by Luraj here a lot, but once again, you're not going to be able to get much of the SVD shots unless you're going to be dragging one out from your gunsmith a little bit later on. The SVD, just like the M21, it doesn't really give you a lot of firepower, not a lot of damage coming through each and every single one of the connections that you.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the same in there, especially if it's coming out from the ground. So hopefully they can prioritize in getting into the airdrop, similar to what we're seeing right now to the Conquerors. And the Conquerors with 3 kills already to their name. earlier challenging Vagabonds and Nomads, this time heading towards a different area and challenging a different group. But it is still in nuclear plan where in the next phase of the safe zone will be, and as we can see, still 16 teams remain in this fight. So it might be a little bit of chaos in there once the safe zone closes, AJ.
Yeah, Almighty Prime under fire now as Instinct finds those players. HGE from the back. This is D11 KRATOS. Beautiful response coming through from Fiji with the PPSAs from a long distance. Maui down on the ground. Burn getting his life ticked away little by little, but the edge of the zone isn't too far away for him to play it. And now he moves on for the shutdown. AXP in front of him has got a good combat distance with the Jack, and Alps helps him to put Owl and Lexus out of the equation, but the backstab from Blue Takeman down and out of the equation as well. CB1 main is here to take over this party, Neptune.
Yeah, they left and they came back, and this time to clean up. CB1 main right now just waiting for the opportunity, and it was AXP and as well as HGE who brought in that opportunity for them. Now it's only Fiji who is left for the team of AXP Mercenaries, and they need to pull out right here. Now with the time that will be spent waiting for CB1 main to get out of this area, I don't think there's enough for him to come back and get any loots. And there you have it, because they have lost 3 members. Fiji will be going away, moving away solo, trying to plan out an approach to get those placement points.
You know, I have to say, Neptune, I was watching our broadcast yesterday from day 3, the replay after we had done and dusted the whole day already. I just wanted to check out if or not I was making any mistakes on the commentary desk. And I have to say, bro, the partnership between you and I, whether it's MP, whether it's BR, it's just on fire, bro. And that fire continues today. And what makes this fire blaze is all of those teams bringing on the amazing plays. Ninja goes in for an engagement, but the AK-47 from the side of Alex is too strong. Trevor, Jack, no takedown just yet. And through the smoke, he finds no one because the player managed to run away. Void from the back as well, giving him a little bit of support, but the rest of his opponents have already managed to evacuate. The Royal Kings find a little bit of a defensive spot for themselves, avoiding the players of OP. Royals, let's see their response now. AK-47 in hand. They've got that range of attack, but they might not be able to reposition here well if they can't get to that airborne machine. Matt is the only one left behind here, Neptune.
Yeah, and this is the first time that we're seeing the airborne being used right now in the Garena Survivors Season 2, and it is being used to play for escape and more off reconnaissance as well. Alex right now providing that visual for the rest of the team as they pull out and flank in onto the left on this area from Nuclear Plant, and trying to get away from AXP KRATOS right here after one of their teammates has been taken down. Now, speaking of taken down, there goes Chase for the takedown against Hantizi of ABC. And we'll have to see how much more of these members of ABC will be surviving after this battle, AJ.
I believe just one more, because we saw back-to-back 3 takedowns there, but I don't know whether or not they resulted in a kill or not. Sometimes it just doesn't appear on the kill feed. But as we take this bird's eye view, this is a 3-way battle. The 4 Kings only have got Kyun left all alone. That gets me a little bit curious whether or not the 4 Kings have lost the rest of their team members, or have the rest just left Kyun back to pick up a couple of extra kills for himself whilst they go out to hunt as well. Then the whole NASA team has been grounded, unfortunately. No more Jackals to play around with unless they rotate around outside of the circle. And like we know, once that circle drags on in, those Jackals are not going to be spawning anymore in the current update. So that's something that the NASA team has to really fix for themselves. But it is to the point that you brought up earlier on. Yes, you can tag up players, but how many conversions can you get? Nothing much. Blank with the Jack from the back. No takedown, no knocks, no kills. He repositions. The rest of the team VVB comes in for the backup, and Sekre alongside Sacred gets the job done.
Yeah, and here comes the Conquerors right now, conquering, though they have one knocked down, but there's a chance for them to go for the pickup. And with their position right now on the safe zone, they can just stride a little bit on to the next phase just to make sure that they are safe. But on the other side, Fright, this is the answer of the question that we have. The 4 Kings are still alive and kicking, and Fright still giving the Fright to everyone. 2 kills to the name out of the 6 of the team, and they are moving in hot, trying to chase down this team of NRX 4-3-2, but NRX 4-3-2 is moving a little bit too fast and might be meeting a different team right now from the other side. But as we can see, the Battle of the Brothers, AXP Matoy going in against Lexus in this fight. This will be a lot more because in a few seconds, we will be going to the 5th zone and we are going to see a lot of teams, 12 teams, being in chaos, AJ.
Chaos indeed, Neptune. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm speaking to you, community. Whether you're a fan of the Four Kings or Almighty or the one and only NRX 432, I don't care who you support. Support this broadcast by dropping that like and sharing the stream as well, so everybody else can see what your team has got to bring to the table. Share the stream right now so that we can increase the number of viewers. All of these teams out there, your teams need those eyes. Your team needs all of that spirit that they can grab from just watching exactly how many people are enjoying their dominance out there on the battlefield. Here comes the Royal Kings. They fly on in and they want to engage. E&E right in front of them. This is the NICAEA Kings. And from the Cyclone out of nowhere, Almighty Prime once again with the SMRS play.
When we thought the Royal Kings are already safe, they will be pushed and taken down in there with an SMR as the rest of the teams right now just boxing them out, and Royal Kings as well as E&E being taken down in here with the position of the Almighty Prime. Now, Chibi right now is in a solo mission, and there goes, will be rewinding back in there and hanging right now as we can see on that flick. Also rewinds, but to no extent, not really a good use of that skill for that moment.
Yeah, so much of just pandemonium breaking out here and there. Everybody's just bashing their heads in. This is close to the 20th minute of the game already, with still 30 more players alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. You know you can expect a lot of chaos in here. Trevor coming through from the team of AXP KRATOS. What can they now deliver? The Jack busts through those players. Gaylord from the back manages to use the bridge, has a little bit of defense. Trevor does exactly the same. White from the back. Omega gets a shot. Trevor drops down Cutie, and can he survive? Jack in front through the smoke. Trevor still alive. Ninja picking up Void. This has got to be something that Trevor goes in here to give that backup for, and CB1 main cannot get through to those players just yet.
Trevor trying to survive, but this time will be taken down, and the stop in there that has been done against the AP team. Now we'll have to see 6 teams battling it off, and still Almighty Prime alive with 4 members. Chase in there with a PPSH takedown, and Dre in there assisting them as well against Upawi. Now the 4-man strong Almighty right now with 9 kills to their name, just treading the edge of the safe zone, because in a few seconds we are going to see this close, and manpower usually brings in a win for a team, AJ.
Chibi from up top. Beautiful rewind. Sacred doesn't get him. 13 more on the armor. Sacred gets away as well. Almighty Prime now bashing their heads in against the Conquerors themselves. Conquerors unable to find an ingress in here because of all the walls that blocks out their shots. And Conquerors managed to use the edge of that hill for a little bit of defense as well. Almighty Prime can't find them. But as 2 of these teams so focused on each other, can someone else take advantage? CB1 main from the other side. They move on in for the shots, but Ming has got his back turned. Sacred goes in for the shots, and that's the weakness of the M21. Dre drops the Kotzi, and back to back, all of that chaos leaves 12 more players in 4 teams alive on the battlefield, Neptune.
Yeah, Dre right now is in here just armoring up, and we are now left with 3 teams as Winter will be taken down. The rush on against the Conquerors will be successful. Chase was able to go for the kill, and Lura J taken down as well, but Sacred just brought it against Brian's of CB1 main 2 team remains, and it is the Conquerors right now taking down the manpower. Still take that win, and it is Almighty Prime for this round number 1, AJ.
Almighty Prime. This was the team that we wanted to look out for as well. And it looks like there's a good reason for us to continue looking at them. 16 slays, 10 points from placements. They've picked up 26 just in the first match in itself. And through all of that chaos, right, Conquerors got very close to picking up that victory towards the end as well. But unfortunately for them, what they did not have is the distraction that Almighty Prime made use of. Because towards the very end, What BBV did was they turned towards CB1. They were trying to take CB1 out of the equation as they were shooting at them. Almighty Prime took that backstab, got in towards that end of that circle, and managed to find that victory for themselves as well. Let's look at the Conquerors here and pick up exactly how many points they've got on their side. 11, 16 kills with 6 points coming through from those placements. Fantastic play coming through from the Conquerors, and CB1 themselves not too shabby with the third place. 5 placement points on their side alongside 6 kills gives them 11. Not as many as the first and second team, but just enough to keep up with the rest of them, Neptune.
Yeah, and for the NASA, though they were able to take the number 4 spot in there, getting the placement, not so much in the kills, and that like the Jackal gameplay, it looked good, but not so much in the kills. So it just needs a little bit more of conversion. Probably not everyone can jump in on Jackal. Probably 2 of the members can go in for the push. And once a knockdown has been made, a follow-up can be done by the one as a passenger. But still, a plan needs to be done by NASA right now. But they started off good in there with entertainment, but hopefully they can transpose that into the kills as well. On the other hand, we have a team of ABC. We didn't see that much from Anonymous because they remain anonymous at this point. No kills in this game, but with the survivability, number 5th on that spot, they will be able to get the placement. But how much more can they convert in terms of overall points in the upcoming rounds? We'll have to see. Now, another team, AJ, that we didn't see that much is NG, Noobdles Gaming. Though Treb is the only one who got kills, but we didn't see them come in on that final phase because they're not that aggressive compared to the other teams.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of aggression, I mean, I want to touch a little bit more on your points about the NASA squad, right? NASA Vanguard. And this is highlighting what you already said previously as well. I mean, yes, flashy plays aside, it's amazing to see all 4 players take those 3 Jackals, fly around, tag players up. But how much of conversion can you get from those flashy plays? You get a little bit of name for yourself. You brought that attention to yourself. You managed to get into that final circle. But as far as picking up placement points, it's a great strategy. But only until you piss off enough teams who want to then come after you. Because there's a lot of counters for the Jackal as well. You're talking about the surface-to-air missiles that is prepared on that battlefield in itself to counter the Jackals. You've also got those FHJs, which can get the job done. So the NASA squad really needs to pay attention to those points and not push those boundaries, right? Because if you're looking just purely for placement points without much slays, you are going to struggle towards the very end. But moving down the line, AXP KRATOS, this was one of the teams that we were looking out for in terms of that brand. We saw exactly how their brothers did within Group A for the semifinals, and they themselves show us that they've got a little bit of compatibility on their side. 6 kills overall with that 7th spot. They take away only 1 placement point, so 7 points in total. Not too shabby for a starting matchup. Team number 6, NRX EPHESIANS at 4-3-2. They get nothing, surprisingly. Big brand, big name. They have got a lot to do to step it up for themselves. Team 11, unfortunately, walk away with no points at all. NICAEA Kings. And towards the bottom, the 4 Kings got aggressive. I mean, it was a fantastic start for them, focusing on all the right things. They got the vehicles, they got the upgrade for their on the chip terminal, but what they did not get was the entry into that final circle. So if there's something that the 4 Kings can do for us, is to actually remain a little bit more patient and not get super aggressive at the early stages of the game. Because looking at the slays, this is a team very capable of engaging and picking up kill points. But I would prefer them to pick up those kill points in that final circle, Neptune.
Exactly, because it's more of survivability, and they can get a lot more, especially with the capability of this team. They can get a lot more in a close combat battle, and that is what really fright we've seen from the previous season, as well as from the other competitions that he's part of. Now, moving in on to AOB right now. They only got 1 point for the Academy of Brother Main and no points for the placement. HGE, on the other hand, the intention was good for the early part that we've seen them, but so far didn't convert because of CB1 Main, who was pushed out from a compound, but when they came back, they just fire on and vulture off against these teams, and HGE was just caught a surprise. They thought they had advantage, but when CB1 Main came, well, they would be taken out.
Towards the very bottom here, you can see ABC Mystic. Now, this is my dream team for MYSG, but unfortunately, they don't get much from this particular round. Hopefully, these boys are listening. I know they are listening. So what I want from ABC Mystic is to play this slow, get their team fully looted up, aim for those high-tier loot zones, avoid any hot drops if possible. Obviously, this is day number 1, so you are going to have to encounter a couple of hot drops yourself when you aim for some of these spots. But if you're going in for those high-tier loot zones, there is a high potential that the other teams are going to be avoiding it, and then get those vehicles. Try your best to get into that final circle before you pop off, because if something that I've seen consistently over time is the fact that ABC Mystic thrives on a little bit of positivity out there on the battlefield when it comes to whatever they can reap away, right? So if they start off with very few points, this is going to be very negative for their self-confidence towards the very end of the day, and I don't think they're going to be able to pick up much. But once ABC Mystic starts to build that confidence a little bit, brother, nobody can stand in front of them, even the Filipinos. So this is one team from MYSG that has got a lot of quality, but just not being shown out there on the battlefield just yet. And we talked about the point as to how are the Vagabonds Nomads going to do without Vagabonds Esports themselves in the same lobby with them. Apparently, they bomb out. Virus with a single kill, but overall the 16th spot. But this all happened mainly because of NASA Vanguard.
Yeah, I mean, as a Vanguard in there distracting them while they're in the fight against the Conquerors. And Team Down Conquerors really didn't back off, even with NASA in there flying around. And that is one reason why Vagabonds Nomads has been distracted and taken down. This is the scene right now where we see that situation. We're in one at a time. We have the Conquerors just taking them down, and Virus is the first to go down. But before the scene, we've seen them face off, but with the distraction, as mentioned by NASA, there was just a little chance for Vagabonds Nomads to focus on the Conquerors.
Yeah, and you know, in terms of focusing on the Conquerors, that's the one thing that is going to be quite difficult for teams to do as well, because of how proficient they are at slaying out there on the battlefield. But you know, this first match was super chaotic, Neptune. There was just not much of strategy going in there from the very get-go. We saw a lot of battles, but that's something that we do expect from day number 1, where teams aren't super confident with where they're going to take their drops just yet. They don't know what to expect from their opponents. They do not know exactly where can they expect a hot drop in. So today is a day of research. So for the mistakes that I've made, we're going to just close 2 eyes and ignore all of those mistakes. But we just want to see those improvements round after round. For the teams that did not make it into the final circle, that's going to be that very first, homework for them, I guess. They just have to get it done within that next round in itself. You can't wait for the end of the day. You can't wait for day 2 to start improving. You got to start improving from match number 2 in itself.
Yeah, definitely. Because from what we mentioned from the previous season is the quickness that you can turn it around, do the study while everything is happening in these games, and also try to find out a better approach to all things, all situation. That is where you improve round after round and not day after day. But for those in you who are in here who are focusing so much on those, like, understanding the whole gameplay, we still don't have an idea just yet, because round number 1, though AMT Prime, Almighty Prime, was able to take this win in this game, a lot of changes might be happening in the upcoming rounds, because from what we've seen after the chaos, there will be a little bit of calm where everyone will be focused in taking wins, AJ.
Yeah, and you know, in terms of taking wins, it's not going to be something that is super consistent for every single team in here. At the end of the day, the Battle Royales bring in something called RNG, and the gods of RNG are not always, you know, going to look at just one team all the time, right? You've got to depend on luck to a certain degree, and you've also got to make some of that luck yourself as well. And Almighty Prime, they made a lot of their luck turn their way and managed to make the best out of it. It's all about positioning at the end of the day, especially towards the final circle, and they got the best spot. But let's see exactly which team manages to outdo the performance of AMT Prime themselves. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be round 2 for Group B.
ュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ、楽しみ。
行くわよ。手を貸せ。
あれは何なんだ。
こいつもポストヒューマンなのか。トゲさん。
何やってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しました。これでも食らえ。注意、移動中です。遅い。そうささやくのよ、私のゴーストは。
立駒、援護しろ。その調子だ、立駒。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょ。バトルさんは分かってるな。
本当のことだ。
アーバントラッカー会いたかったよ。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ、楽しみ。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is Garena Survivors Season 2 Legacy, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. We continue on with Group B. First day of the semifinals, the first round was chaos, yet Almighty Prime took their win. And this is just the first win for this group. And it's up to the other teams to really respond and find a good plan of approach for the next round. We are your casters and hosts. I am Neptune the General Garcia. Together with me is amazing Mustachio AJ.
Welcome, guys, and thank you so much for hitting that share earlier on when requested. You guys are fantastic. You guys are amazing. Keep those shares coming through as well. We want more people to join our broadcast to see exactly what sort of crazy antics you can identify out there on the battlefield. Once again, the best play for me personally in game number 1 was from NASA Vanguard Neptune. I mean, it was very exciting to watch 3 jackals up in the air from all one team, doing a lot of damage, causing a lot of chaos and I wouldn't say destruction, but confusion. And all of the confusion, who took advantage? It was the Conquerors from the side of VVV, right? They tagged up those players. They managed to rip away 2 lives from the side of Vagabonds Nomads, injuring Vagabonds Nomads very early on. And that led to the destruction of the Nomads. They couldn't get past that 16th spot. So, you know, apart from creating chaos though, and apart from, you know, making everyone go, whoa, 3 jackals up in the air, it really couldn't give them anything much more than that. The 4th spot is quite decent in terms of placement points, but only 2 slays at the end of the day shows you that the firepower out of the Jackal isn't something that's all that too OP at the moment.
Exactly. It's more of how they can convert the show that they put into kills, because pretty much, yes, it looks good. It was well, pretty much so well that we complimented Meow from the group 1, wherein he's the only one doing it. But this time with 3 people and 1 team doing it, if it doesn't convert to kills or anything else for the team, it will just be the flying. And fly high butterfly without no points is not so good.
Paro G. Let's see exactly who else will fly high. We are going to take a quick peek at the leaderboard just so you can see exactly who dominates up top at the very moment. And obviously, Almighty Prime is going to be the ones who hold on to that number 1 spot at the moment with the 14 kills, 10 slays, 24 points overall. And Dow Conquerors with the 22 points right behind them. And if at all Dow Conquerors had managed to just sneak away that final slay from Almighty Prime, they would have definitely led the whole leaderboard because the number of kills that they picked up was so much more impressive than Prime, right? 2 more. But, thanks to the extra 4 points in terms of placement, Almighty Prime still manages to keep that number 1 spot. Going down slightly below CB1 main with a total of 11 points, 5 placements, 6 kills, 4 Kings Aces, managing to find this 4th spot all through kills alone alongside NICAEA Kings. Now, that one is truly impressive, Neptune. No placement points to play with, but at the end of the day, teams always need to remember how much more can they gain by getting both the slays as well as the placement points. You have to a certain degree, play it as safe as you can.
Exactly. I mean, playing safe brings convert it to the placement points, and afterwards, when you're safe enough in there to get a lot of kills in a better position to get more kills, then put on the aggression. That is one thing that they can do in this fight. But so far, being in there in top 5, it's still great for them compared to the other teams really that we're looking at right now. Though we have seen as a Vanguard, as mentioned earlier, with a good gameplay with that Jackal, not so much on the points, only 6 Royal Kings. On the other hand, only 4 points their name. And NOOBDLES Gaming FEROX, they have a good chance in there on the placement, but this is where the balance really is being asked for, because yes, you have good placement, but not so much in the kills, still ending up in there on 9th place. And 10th, HGE KRATOS, we have ABC Anonymous on 11th, ABC Mystic on 12th, Academy of Brothers Main or AOB and 13th, AXP Mercenaries on 14th, Vagabonds Nomads brought down in there with only 1 point in 15th, and NRX 432 on the last place for this round number 1, AJ.
If you are a fan of NRX 432, if you're a fan of the Vagabonds Nomads, your heart must be broken at the moment. But it's all right. It's not a day of semifinals where there's only 1 round available. There are 5 rounds more to go, 6 in total. So they should be able to bounce right back. Once again, the gods of RNG isn't going to just be smiling at one person all the time. But to a certain degree, once again, you have to make your own luck. And NRX 432, the one thing they need to find is a little bit of a different gameplay, right? Because even you and I know that their drop spot is 100% going to be farm, and their first gameplay is always going to be to take the butcher down and out. And if you and I have already identified that, many teams who are aiming to take that slay on NRX 432 to make a name for themselves will be gunning for them as well. We saw exactly what NASA Vanguard did. All of those jackals were initially aiming for NRX 432 before focusing on the airdrops instead. So if this round turns out to be the exact same, NRX 432 will be in a lot of trouble now.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of trouble indeed if they don't change or find a different approach into this game. But as we keep saying, this is just round number one. A lot of changes can be done and hopefully will be done by this team, because that is where improvements happen, and improvements will be converting them to their place in this leaderboard. And we are going to start right now for round number two, yet another isolated map, and it's coming from dormitory down to practice range. So we still have a battle that's happening in dormitory, and I believe another nuclear plant engagement will be unfolding in a bit as well. But hopefully the other teams will find their place in this map, because early engagement really at some point doesn't convert that match, especially for those on the losing end.
This time, Vagabond's Nomads quickly stealing away a Jackal just so that they can get an extra bit of information from the strip at Heat earlier on. Almighty Prime has got the SKS in hand. But what can they do with that marksman rifle? Absolutely nothing, and therefore they back away. Chibi focuses on looting up first, but the Royal King's right in front of them. Ooh, level 3 backpack early in the game. It's something you gotta love, man. I hate jumping into a match and not finding that level 3 backpack. It annoys me to no end, Neptune.
Yeah, because like you have a loot ready to be picked up, and you have to choose as to what will let go, and that is really what's annoying. Like even if you have good loots already in front of you, you really have to take priority. So hopefully, this is something that is more like attainable in all of the RGs in this match, or probably a specific area where you can get one for yourself, AJ.
NRX 432 once again focusing on taking the butcher down and out of the equation, whereas the Royal Kings will continue to focus on their loots and not focus on to the side of the compound where the players of Almighty Prime stand. A quick flyby by a player on the side of Vagabonds Nomads. Not a lot of attacking power through that Jackal. Sometimes you get lucky, but you're only going to be able to get that lucky knock. No lucky slays at all. And that's one of the biggest weaknesses of the Jackal. And for the time being, I believe Vagabond's Nomads only use that Jackal mainly to get the information from the grounds beside them, just to make sure nobody else is there. And once they have gotten that information, I love it, right? Once again, this was the point that I brought up during the semifinals for Group A. You use the Jackal not to attack, but you use the Jackal as a reconnaissance mission. So you go out, you get the information, you know the rough positioning of all of the other teams, you come back, you pass that information back, and you avoid those places whilst you rotate into the next circle. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, definitely. And it's information gameplay, really. It's half of the battle. But speaking of battle's happening right now against AXP KRATOS, and it's not a good end for ENE. This is the NICAEA Kings right now, who has already lost 2 of their members, but in a few seconds will be coming back in here from the revive flight. But unfortunate for AXP, they have missed that opportunity to go in for that scan. So the flight has already came over, and the Royal Kings this time has an advantage with 4v2 on the situation. And Void needs to get away as Royal Kings are getting ready to go in for the fight. So how well can AXP KRATOS survive this? Because 4v2 AJ, even an early engagement, early fight just like this, it is not looking good for the KRATOS.
Not looking good for them at all as KRATOS backs away. Royal Kings, high ground advantage for Matt. With a kilo 141 in hand, PPSH has the secondary for himself. Close range combat, the rate of fire out of the PPSH will give you that advantage, but not as much as advantage that the Jack gives you. So that's most definitely one of the guns. You really want to focus on picking up this meta in the current meta, right? And not just in the current meta. The Jack has been quite dominant for the past season as well for quite a while now. So better enjoy it whilst it's last before the developers nerf the gun. You know exactly, you know, it doesn't really last all that too long when it's this OP, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. Like the more of, I would say, the more damage that they can do, a lot of complaints will be happening. And with that complaints, it will be nerfed at some point in time. And well, Jack might not be that much anymore by the next update that we're getting in this game. But well, CB1 main right now is moving in here. And Audits Ming, once again, AJ. Audits Ming is the one left behind out of this group. So I think Audits Ming being like, you know, Audits, it's Tito. So Tito being just like me, an old guy, like you guys, you kids go ahead. I'll stay back.
Can you go back and grab your Tito, please, guys? They're all leaving their uncle behind. Poor little uncle. But Otis Big earlier on managed to put on a show for the team as well. Let's see if he can do that around this time. There might just be a secret strat there that we don't see just yet, Neptune. We will catch up with them a little bit later on. Royal Kings, on the other hand, still focusing on shutting down the players of AP. And it looks like AXP KRATOS will have an opportunity of sneaking away, but they don't have that high ground advantage. So they're just afraid of moving on. Ninji, wallbang to perfection, but what are you shooting at, my friend?
Probably it's something stuck in his game. Like right now, the moment he switched into a gun, it just don't stop firing. And that's one thing that probably he needs to restart at some point. But with a battle that it's ensuing against Royal Kings, it will not be looking good. It will not be happening. So what they need to do is pull out from this situation, and they need to go and get away.
Tito Ming managing to get a knock, but can he get the slay as well out of nowhere? I told you, man, that's the G strat from the Tito, bro. He's just hiding away, managing to sneak away a couple of knocks or two, but we'll catch up with him in a little bit. Matt, good grenade. Void just walks past it, but the nade just goes off a little bit too far. Matt has got that high ground elevation, so he needs to adjust the trajectory of the grenade that he tosses out as well, just miscalculating that just by a little bit. But good ninja grappling hook all the way towards the other roof. And Void manages to get away from him using the elevation of the hill, has the snowboard as well. Matt doesn't have that on his side, and he allows his prey to get away.
Yeah, and get away indeed. And this is Royal Kings right now taking the throne of this area. Moving into a different area, we have NRX 432 right now. We've seen a little bit of kills in there, but K's will not be surviving the battle as the Conquerors are conquering them at this point. Now, Halo and Jok, the only two remaining for this team, as 3 or 4 members of the Conquerors are chasing them out. Halo not looking good because he is the next target with 2 members. Sacred in there, but the rewind getting away, but into the face of Sacred, and against 2 members, not looking good with that cluster as well. So BPA's H, it is now almost the elimination of NRX 432.
NRX 432 just bombing out on day number 1. But it's pretty similar to what we saw out of NRX 420 as well. So I'm not too shocked, not too surprised. I know this brand can bounce back when, you know, it gets a little bit hot in there. I feel like they just need that extra bit of pressure. But they are not doing the brand any justice at all whatsoever right now. So we expect them to step it up just a little bit. But the Conquerors being the Conquerors all the time. And 3 slays so far. They're looking for that final circle once again. There is an ad drop right in front of them, but it's already looted up already. So nothing much for them to kind of deal with here. And as Team H, CB1 main approach the bus station, they get out of there.
Yeah, they get out of here and getting away from harm's way. But a lot of engagement happening. And it is Travis taking down Chase in there from Almighty Prime as we look at the 4 Kings Aces just going and for this objective. They are trying to take this airdrop that is coming down, and we'll have to see if anyone will be contesting. And contesting, they will, because FHJ will be targeting the chopper. But the Fright is on flight and trying to go this airdrop.
Yeah, 4 Kings this time. Chopper thrown away. And I don't know if that was the best of ideas because they could have landed it, just leaving 1 player in there, take that risk. But it is what it is at the end of the day. As Team HGED11 KRATOS manages to maneuver around, 1 quick grenade tossed on out. Fright has got his eyes on them. Kilo 141 in hand alongside that AK-47 as well. Can he find one? Yes, he does. Burn gets tagged up. Has got the Jack to play around with. Crayons just beyond. And Fright with the pre-fire manages to just tag Crayons up just a little bit, but finds absolutely no one through the smoke. Goes in for that rewind, repositions as well. well, catches up with the rest of his team members just so that he can reload his gun and not take too much of risk. Bird and Crayons, on the other hand, use that opportunity to run the heck away.
Yep, and run they did. They are just going away from the sights of the Four Kings, but they are still in the area of launch base we're in. ABC Anonymous has already taken the play, so we'll have to see as to who will start this battle between these two teams. The Four Kings right now still no kills, but they have the loots that they got from the airdrop, even with the distraction of HGE KRATOS in there, trying to pull out from that fight. Now, as you can see, still no battle, and Negi right now is in charge of getting information from afar. And from afar, Lukon from NASA getting away with that Jackal gameplay, going for the fight against AOB, and who will be taken down.
Let's see exactly who gets taken down in this equation, right? So far, round 2 is so much more slower than round 1. I like it. You know, the adjustments is quite instantaneous by the teams out there. T.E.A.M, can he get away? Hangin has got like the worst possible weapon for that long-range engagement, the PKM. Lots of bullets, but not a lot in terms of recoil stability. Jack. I mean, this is possibly one of the worst combinations to have on your side. I would take that PKM, I'll throw it into the dustbin and pick up a different gun instead. But if you look at the team composition, having that PKM, at least having one player on your side hold on to the PKM is super useful. Although it's not the best weapon to have, you are going to be able to keep a lot of your opponents at bay with the suppressive fire, as long as you've got a good backup from the rest of your team members. So let's see exactly how NICAEA Kings plays this to perfection a little bit later on. Winter with the Jackal manages to get a knock. No conversion coming through from that knock though. And this might just be a repeat of game number 1, Neptune.
Yeah, hopefully it's not, because in their hands, it's looking good because they can take knockdowns compared to Meow, I would say. Meow can get a kill, and if I'm not mistaken from what we've seen, only one out of the Jackal. But the way he used that Jackal is really prime, but no, not the prime gameplay. Nice. Cal in there taking down and taking the colors out of Crayons.
Alibaba Clan, that's what we're talking about. That Amara's attack was just absolutely perfect. And here comes the players of NRX 432 as well. A beautiful knock by Jokok. Maui down on the ground. Jokok finishes him off. And Halo, as he continues to search for the rest of the players, they are now at a disadvantage. They take that lower ground. NRX 432, what are you doing? They move on through to loot up those players. Alibaba Clan from the back. Everybody can take advantage of NRX 432 now. Elbs has got the vehicle. On for the dog tag recovery. Halo right beside him. Dog tag. Did it get picked up? Yes, it did get picked up. And Elbs manages to get away, but straight into a boulder. Bye-bye, brother. This might just be a GG for him. He gets away on foot, but NRX 432 runs the other way. So Elbs is all safe.
Yeah, from the previous update, that boulder was not there. So probably that's one reason why I just ran into that. Hey,
just got added yesterday.
The usual excuse that I do when I hit a rock or anything else, like it was not there in previous update.
It is what it is, brother. It is what it is. AXP from across ABC. Mystic still trying their best to get something out of this matchup. Let's see if or not Mystic can find a shot. M21 in hand. Also has got the M4 LMG as his secondary. Chalup, interesting setup. But they need to find a pink airdrop for themselves and pull out that M21 from their gunsmith. Hopefully all the teams remember though, no gun skins allowed, and they've already had all of their setup from that gunsmith sorted out before hopping into this lobby. You know, the last thing that we do want is more DQs today, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and no one wants to be disqualified, especially in this after a lot of things has happened already. So hopefully a lot of teams has learned those lessons. But Royal, beautiful! Oh my God, the getaway in there from GB, and a chance of 4 eyes in there to take it down. One of the Almighty has been lost as they are being gunned down and named down by a different team. And Royal Kings will not be kings anymore. They will be hit by CB1 main.
Super sus snap there coming through from Ice. You know, the guy hits the rewind, but he just miraculously managed to find him in his crosshairs as well. But no takedown though, but we'll keep an eye on him. Instinct, long-range engagement capability. Burn gets taken down. Nasa Cardell as well. Ainra makes good work out of him with the PPSH. Luraj from afar, but Can he make work of? He already has the M21 pulled out of the gunsmith and the NRX 432. This time, they be popping off. Almighty Prime, so no chance against them. But Prime, they do have two more players in the vicinity and alongside NOOBDLES Gaming in the same compound as well, Neptune.
Yeah, this is what we're asking for from NRX 432 right now. And this time they chose Almighty Prime to challenge. But to what extent and if they can make that elimination, if the complete squad definitely will bring them a different high. Because with Almighty Prime being out of picture, especially for that round number 1, they have a chance to get a lot more points later on because 14 teams are still alive and we are just on the third phase of safe zone. If their momentum this time for NRX 432 will continue on, they might get a lot of kills in this game.
Yeah, let's see exactly what sort of kills that he can pull away later on. You guys off screen, Kyun, beautiful engagement against ABC's Hanzi. Vagabond's Nomad finds the CB1 as well. Kyun, opportunity with that M21. That bullet drop just a little bit uncontrollable. That's one of the biggest downsides of the M21. They just got to deal with, got to cut the distance down and then pull that gun out, going for the slay. And, you know, for team members who really want to use this, there could be a different meta that they go for. Perhaps set that AK-47 from the gunsmith, just modded out for that long-range capability so that you can spray non-stop, get those knocks, and then use that M21 for that mid-range engagements. But that leaves you sitting duck in CQCs, right? Close range combat, you kind of get nerfed out. And that's exactly where you have to depend on the rest of your team members. But for Kings, so far, their setup has been all right. Let's see if they can move all the way to the top this time around. AXP from afar. This is the Mercenaries, and I believe that's an SMRS shot that comes through. 4Kings gonna be pressured now. Here comes ever so slowly NICAEA Kings. NICAEA now on for the onslaught. Hung in, has got the Jack in hand. The double Jack setup coming through. It has got the Odin, apologies, as well as the Jack. Let's see exactly what he can pull away from these engagements as Hung in now disengages. This turns into all-out chaos. So many teams in the same exact vicinity, Neptune.
Yeah, the airdrop has pulled in a lot of the teams already, and that is, if I'm not mistaken, 7 teams within this vicinity. NASA, on the other hand, has just took their distance in this game, and from the way I'm looking at, only 2 of the members of NASA, and here we go, there are the rest of the team, still on the Jackal, still hoping for a conversion with those hits. Now, speaking of hits, Fright right now, this is the Fright. Now, we are excited to see, but no, both of them going in for the rewind and both going in at the same time, and deja vu. Indeed, as Owl is still being gunned down and chased in there, and frightening the heck out of Owl.
Yeah, that's one of the best rewind players that we know in CODM BR right now. For the aggressive push, just spots his corners, gets tagged up, hits that rewind, recovers his armor, and this is just a fantastic rewind play coming through from Fright. But now, just inside of that circle moving ever so slowly towards the very edge, waiting for that backup from the rest of his players of the 4 Kings. Off screen, the players of E&E making quick work of VVV. The Conquerors are getting shut down one after the other, and ABC on the way and fighting those slays as well. Alibaba clan, this is what we talked about. Mystic with the opportunity, and Bright, he knew he was there. This time, he comes in and he shuts him down. Gets a double for himself. Frightening plays by Bright.
Not was sure what Fiji was thinking right there. Fright is just in front and didn't see Fiji in the moment. But Fright came out undamaged and unfazed and was able to take down 3 of their members. Now, pick up on Negi will be happening as we look at NRX 432. Halo right now with that damage being taken down. It's now left to Jokov, who will try to get away, but from above him is a different team. And let's see if NRX 432 will survive, because so far 19 remain in the 5th of the zone. Travis spraying it down with that Jack.
Well, Nomad now has activated his full skills. Oh, beautiful rewind hit. He doesn't manage to get another slay onto the player of 4 Kings. Travis rewinds himself towards the back of the boulder. He's not a rewind class. I'm just talking about him stepping it back as the trap master. Trap after trap. He tosses in front of him. All smoked out already. Up top on the hill will be the NICAEA Kings. High ground advantage, but those smokes do absolutely nothing. Travis using Mother Nature as a little bit of cover. Delot now tagged up, but Delot is a ninja. And look at Frost as he tries to get away. Snowball does not save him. Travis tags him up. Fantastic plays. Manages to take that LMG and put it to good use. And he manages to slay the player halfway in. No saves coming through because those dog tags are going to be absolutely useless now. In fact, unavailable for that revive. Virus off screen shuts down Chalouk. The players of Mystic, one by one, they get taken down.
Yeah, taken down indeed. We have a Travis right now. Still in play though. 3 members coming in from VAGABOND's Nomads. NASA Winter is just in there. I think NASA is more of an observer at this point. With the usage of that Jackal, they are just observing everyone in place and going in for that placement play. And as we see 4 teams fight it off, Hyun taking down Nico TZ in there from ABC, and the 4 Kings right now, 4-man strong, 11 to their name, still managing to survive. And I think they are the team who have the most member in this last phase, AJ.
Yeah, NOMADS. See exactly what they can pull off in here. Travis, as well as S here, holding a good spot at the very back. One good boulder to give them a lot of cover. VAGABOND's Nomads, the instantaneous adjustment this time around. They seem a little furious with the performance of their own team members earlier on. Let's see what they can pull off this time around. Virus, NASA Winter taken out of the equation already. And it is going to be an opportunity for the players of VAGABOND's Nomads. Now, 4 Kings run straight into them. Travis gets shut down. Instinct, good response. Nomads headed to 4 Kings with a fantastic victory. 14 slays and 10 points to their side.
Well, the 4 Kings right now, aces, showing that they have what it takes to represent the brand. They take this win for round number 2. And really, I'm pretty sure the fans out there are proud of this team.
Yeah, and I mean, we asked for them to give us a little bit more, and they did exactly that. They slayed, and they also managed to pull away quite a number of placement points. In fact, every single placement point available in the number 1 spot, 10 overall. This is a lot from the 4 Kings to continue climbing up the leaderboard. Earlier on, we did see that they picked up a total of 7 for themselves, and those were all through kills alone. But this time, it is just phenomenal. 24 points from this round, but close behind them, the raging VAGABOND's Nomads with 16 kills, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen earlier that they started off hot for VAGABOND's Nomads. They know that they made a mistake in there for the first part, being distracted, being pinned down by the Conquerors. This time, they came back, and knowing how aggressive this team is, they will not be slowing down from this round. So upcoming rounds, expect a lot more of aggressiveness from the VAGABOND's Nomads. It's just the start, but hopefully a lot of teams can also manage to put them down on their heels and stop them from dominating this game, AJ.
And we did talk about ABC Mystic building up in confidence. And this is that confidence that we see. The most promising team from MYSG. They just need to have a little bit more confidence in themselves. They can take the fight up to the Filipinos, and they're doing exactly that in phenomenal fashion this time around, managing to rake up 6 kills for themselves alongside 3 points. So that's 9 in total for the players of ABC Mystic. It's the start of something new for them in day number 1 of semifinals. Day 1 for the Group B side. NASA, talk about consistency. 4th spot again, Neptune, with the 4 slays. But once again, not a lot of impact being brought in from those Jackal plays earlier on. Team 15, AXP KRATOS. We talked about the brand and the promise that it brings, and they bring a lot of promise in terms of 2 points from placement. Nothing to shout about, but the Slays, with 8 on their side, manages to give them 10 points from this round, which is quite fantastic, and we expect a little bit more from the team. NICAEA Kings down at the 7th place. They kind of engaged the players of VAGABOND's Nomads a little prematurely, although they had the high ground advantage, couldn't really make much of it because they abandoned their high ground advantage and they tried to run away from the VAGABOND's Nomads. In fact, they should have fought back first before trying to get away. And that was the weakness of the players, right? And that was the downside, because the moment the Kings turned their backs to VAGABOND's Nomads, they just became easy prey.
Yeah, definitely. And that's one thing about this game. If you turn your back, especially if you're close to the enemy, you will be taken down there, backstab, literally backstab from a team. It's more of how you get away, pull out quickly without exposing yourself in there. It's more of the defense as well, information by the rest. And hopefully it doesn't happen for them. But this time, AJ, we asked for a lot more from NRX 432. And this time they gave us 8 kills. Their name hanging back the last time that we saw is from the kill house. And they're taking down, them taking down a few members of Almighty Prime really led them to a lot of kills in this play. And we're still not seeing Almighty Prime out of this 9 teams from this result. And well, HGE in there, Koreans with 1 kill. They have just been chased out of all the situation from where we saw them, and looking forward to them turning it around.
Yeah, comparing 432's performance in round number 1, they have outperformed themselves by miles in round number 2, right? Overall, a total of 8 kills for themselves, alongside 1 point from placement gives them a total of 9, which is good enough to keep up with the rest of the teams. We talked about how it wasn't the only round, so they bombed out early, but they make a good comeback. But 432 has been outshined by Vagabond's Nomads in terms of a comeback capability. Let's take a quick scroll down here, production, so that we can see the rest of the teams as well. Team number 4 in the name of HGE D11 KRATOS with just 1 kill to their name out of crayons. Now that's gotta hurt the team just a little bit now.
Yeah, definitely. Because the Crayons is one of the, like, Crayons is the only one who got a kill. And also, if I'm not mistaken, the first member to be taken down. So with Crayons out, I'm not quite sure how it can be converted by the rest of the teams. But here we go. We have a 10 to 15 right now. AXP Mercenaries in here. Not so much onto the placement. Backed in with 1 kill. We have Noodles Gaming. FEROX consistency was lost from this team. Not even any kills in here as well as the Royal Kings. The Royal Kings, a lot of promise, especially with the gameplay, but it's more of how they complete the mission that they have earlier. The Royal Kings against AXP Kratos, they have the opportunity, but still, the last time that we saw these two teams, it's just a 4v4. So if Royal Kings was taken out the fear out of them, they might have cleared out that area of Skeet Down and came back with more kills.
Yeah, and in terms of coming back with a little bit more kills, they were quite proficient in the approach, but the execution towards the very end could have been a little bit more cleaner, but it's all right. Once again, it's just 2 rounds of the day, 4 more to go, and this is day 1 overall for Group B, so we expect them to have much tighter gameplays moving forward. Almighty Prime, after winning round number 1, absolutely flat out just drowns in round number 2. Just a single slay coming through from Dre and nothing else. They literally did as good as Team 13, the one and only NOOBDLES Gaming, I believe. AOB is AOB
Academy of Brothers.
Academy of Brothers, there you go. Academy of Brothers with just a single kill. Paquito Niana as well as Aihu, but only A managing to step up for the team right now. Academy of Brothers hasn't really shown up all that too much, so hopefully we get to see a little bit more of them a little bit later on.
Yeah, I mean, Academy of Brothers is new for the Garena Survivors scene, but we've seen them in some competitions as well from the previous one. So hopefully that this team will be able to show up, same as those who are up to make a legacy of their own in this competition. Now, this is the continuation of after the Royal Kings battle at AXP, and they tried to take down Almighty, but as we mentioned, the conversion on the fight finishing off teams really is not working for the Royal Kings. So they have a good intention, but being able to convert and execute will be another story, AJ.
In terms of it being another story, we can find that story in round number 3, hopefully. But this play by Fright, I tell you, is the most fantastic play that we have seen in round number 2. Not just the rewinds that he hit so timely. We're talking about him checking same corner, expecting to see that player jack close range combat. He had the advantage, and then after that play, it was the smokes that he laid out so that the rest of his team members can pick up the rest of the down team members out there, right? So in terms of the attacking play, in terms of defensive, the guy is super frightening.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, the flexibility that he can do, how quick decisions can matter in this game. That is what Fright has been doing so far. And I'm still wondering how Fiji, or what was the issue with Fiji at that point? Because Fright was just walking in and Fiji was just behind them. But apart from that, it's just a good gameplay right here for the Four Kings. They take the win in round number 2, and this time a different team. So I am looking forward to yet another team, not Almighty Prime, not Four Kings Aces, but a different team to take round number 3 later on, AJ.
Yeah, but even if a different team takes over round number 3, the biggest question is going to be if one of the Four Kings Aces can remain up top. And we did see a lot of effort by Almighty Prime made in round number 1, but all of that effort went to naught in round number 2 when they kind of bombed out. But the good thing here is that the Four Kings bombed out in round number 1. So everything's quite equal and super close up top. So Almighty Prime, even though if they do get displaced, they have got a huge chance of a comeback, even though they did not perform all that too well in round number 2. Vagabond's Nomad, surprising performance coming through in game number 2. But of course, as usual, we will see how much they can pull out of all of these rounds. So far, it has just been a phenomenal day 4. Day number 1 for Group B has been fantastic, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of different gameplays has been shown right now compared to how we started the Group A. So it's more of early engagement. Compared to the previous one, there's no courting stage anymore. They just went in, just jump in, and just ask for the hand immediately.
I don't know if anybody wants to get married to each other out there in the battlefield, but let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with round number 3.
行くぞ。ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ、楽しみ。
行くわよ。立ちこまん、手を貸せ。
あれは何なんだ。
こいつもポストヒューマンなのか。トグさん。 スイッチブレード起動しましたこれでも食らえ注意移動中です遅いそうささやくのよ私のゴーストは
立駒援護しろその調子だ立駒お前はよくやってるよ
でしょバトルさんは分かってるな
本当のことだ
アーバントラッカー会いたかったよ
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った行くわよ
うわ楽しみ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is Garena Survivors Season 2 Legacy, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile, and we just ended 2 rounds of isolated map in FPP, and so far, different teams has taken the win in both of those 2 rounds. We are your casters and your host. I'm Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is amazing Mustachio AJ.
And you know, it's good to see that some teams who bomb out can make the recovery in round 2, and some teams that did manage to outperform everybody else kind of go out flat in round number 2, right? It shows us that the Group B is not just going to be dominated by one brand, not going to be dominated by one team, which is going to keep things extremely exciting all throughout today, Neptune. So based on what has happened throughout the 2 rounds, we now expect the top of the leaderboard to be super close and the mid segment of it to pretty much be the exact same thing as well.
Yeah, and like if you break it down on the 3 segments, everything, like every of those 3 segments will be close. And it's easy for the teams to really come back like level per level. If you're at the bottom, you can go back in the middle and then later on go onto the top by the end of this day. It's more of the consistency as well as the adjustment that needs to be done by the team.
Yeah, you know, in terms of the adjustments that the teams do go ahead to bring in round after round, we also have to focus on some of the teams who are not really performing all that too well. We're talking about ACAD, Brothers of Academy, we're talking about NOOBDLES Gaming, HGED11, XP Mercenaries. These teams, what they really need to do is just find their momentum through those placement points. Get into the final circle first before you start getting a little bit more creative. And before you get into the final circle, obviously because the final circle is towards the end of the game. That's your end game meta. That's your end game plan. But how or what do you do towards the start of the game? Just focus on looting up as much as possible and get your defenses right. The classes that you bring in as your team setup really does matter as well. A lot of teams want to play aggressive. A lot of teams go ahead and choose those classes that allow them to go in there as combat. But this is not your regular ranked match. This is against the best of the best of the best in CODM BR within MSP. And if you really cannot slay, you have to bring in your defensive classes and play your chances as best as possible just towards the game of survival instead of a game of conquering and slaying.
Exactly. I mean, and that is one reason why the classes has been broken down as well. But as we look at the breakdown of the first 2 rounds, we are seeing the 4 King Aces with that win on the second round. They have already taken over in here. But as we mentioned, AJ, it's not too much of a lead compared to the Conquerors. Conquerors right now, they haven't taken a win from the first 2 rounds, but they have been consistent all throughout with Slays they can do, they can challenge Vagabonds and Nomads, even the Almighty, even the Four Kings, and they are putting it in with the kills. They don't have the good placement just yet, but just in case, given a chance, good opportunity to get that win. As you can see, it's close with 21, or it's even with 21 on the kills. If in case they will be better in there in placing against the Four Kings Aces, they might be taking that first spot.
And when, of course, they do take those placements, then it is up to the Four Kings Aces to take the slays instead, so that this continues to be super close, right? Because no matter what, you got to find how do you push yourselves ahead in terms of this race that's going to be close all the way to the very end. And you also have to expect a little bit of the unexpected. We need to see some hot drops coming through from the big teams towards the start. As all of the squads find their perfect drop spots, the big squads need to do their homework to see exactly where everybody else is going, and then to fish out the smaller feeding squads and collect their kill points on them before getting to the final circle. So different teams play different metas, and if you know you can get aggressive because you've got the slaying power on your side, you have to then aim for the smaller fishes in the competition. And we once again, we've named them already. They are on the leaderboard as well, but it is up for the small fishes at that point of time to show us what sort of recovery capability they have, or what sort of retaliation they can bring forth. If they are attacked in a compound that they choose, are they going to be able to hold on to a good defense, or are they going to be able to attack right back? Once again, the classes that they bring into play is going to be the world of difference. For example, if you've got that rewind class, you can use it for a recon matchup, but it's more suited for an aggressive player like Fright rather than a defensive player, because most defensive players, they usually like to camp. And when you're camping, you bring in that rewind class, it's absolutely useless, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, the rewind class, it requires mobility to go from one place to the other. And if you're not moving that much, you will be staying and not so much in the movement. Yes, you can distract them because of the flash that can be done by the rewind class, but not so much at the distance that you can utilize it. So we'll have to see if the classes can be used by this team properly and efficiently as we start off with round number 3. Now we are seeing New Vision City with a new team in there, and it is this team of Four Kings Aces. So they have a good preparation in this match. But one thing that surprises me, the teams of Royal Kings as well as Almighty Prime, the Royal Kings and Almighty Prime taking that northern part, probably dormitory, and it's not looking good for Royal Kings because they've stayed in there, challenged a different group, and this time with Almighty Prime in their heels, probably might be taken down.
I love the play coming through from the Four Kings Aces here. They aim to hit the New City, and the one thing that is so good about this place is the fact that New Vision City gives you high tier loot, no questions asked. And in fact, not only does it give you high tier loot, it also gives you an abundance of loot. You've got so many segments within the city in itself, and you do not need to travel anywhere else. The one downside of it is the fact that you are probably going to be one of the main teams that has to move out first, because that circle is going to catch you off unless you get super lucky and the circle comes towards you, which is pretty rare these days.
Yeah, but one thing about New Vision City as well is pretty much the same as a black market. There's a way for you to get a chopper and get away in here easily. So that is one thing that they can advantage of, given the time and the loot that they have as well. But to your point, AJ, it's right, because if you take time in getting to a good position, even with a chopper, you might be a little bit too late, because especially for teams who have already practiced so well in taking the high ground, like Almighty Prime, they will get that prime location against you and take you down later into the battle. But Almighty Prime right now, as mentioned earlier, the Royal Kings remain consistent with their drop points, but this time they challenge Almighty Prime, and if earlier they were able to survive longer, hopefully they can manage a plan of approach against this team, because it might not look good for them if Almighty can bring in a lot of aggression.
Yeah, Prime, good rewind by Chibi, but super aggressive earlier on, should have been punished, but Royal Kings just preferred to play defensive instead of responding to those shots. They waste an opportunity. Damn, what a tag! Managing to dock away all of that armor from the player that he managed to tag up, almost slaying him, but doesn't really see that particular engagement through. Chase holds on to that high ground advantage, bird's eye view. Nothing to play with though. not able to get a spot onto the rest of the players. Deb gets caught out. Chase hops off of that roof and manages to recover a little bit of his armor. This is still a very cheeky attempt by both sides. And, you know, I don't really like these early engagements. So hopefully both teams can continue just looting up, because nobody's a winner most of the time with these early engagements. And if, for example, you get hot dropped by another team who've already fully looted up their compound, who rotate into yours, you are both going to be at the receiving end of some pretty heavy firepower.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, I guess that will be changed just in case Almighty just plans to get away, because in a few seconds, we might be seeing the next phase of the safe zone. But I'm quite surprised we have one team already taken out of this competition, of this round. That is, well, we'll have to find out which team, because we have 15 already and 60 soldiers. As the battle continues, the waiting game continues against Almighty and Royal Kings. Almighty have the objective of taking that chopper, as well as taking a lot more in terms of the upgrades, as well as the loot that they can with the airdrops. But the pressure continues from Claudie and another member of Almighty, and I'm not quite sure what is planned out here, but it's taking a lot of time, AJ.
Yeah, a lot of time indeed. And as the players try to find a better position for themselves, this is what again the downside of taking this hot drop earlier. But it's not really their fault, because this is, after all, round number 3, and they're still trying to see if one of their opponents will back away. But at a certain point, it's going to become an ego challenge for both of these teams, which is something that I do not like. Royal Kings or Almighty, you know, one of them has to just decide to back away to a different compound. And this pretty much Claudie, great angle held on to, manages to spot that player through the cracks. Just one shot connecting, but now Alex spots him out as well. But there is a little bit of backup from Chase, who knocks Alex down onto the ground. Fantastic response, but through the wall, Chase.
Yeah, and Chase right now in here initiating the battle, and with one man down, here comes the fast approach of Almighty Prime. Now, Alex has taken a good distance right now, but Matt will be hit in there and was able to take a little bit of delay for Chibi right now with that trap. But no, Alex right now is down and out, and the getaway by Matt will be done. But a cutoff of Chibi with the rest of the teams and boxing out Ice and Deb, not looking good for the Royal Kings right now, though we have one survivor for this team. The rest might be turned in dog tags in a few seconds. But I'm really surprised that Almighty Prime is just waiting for a long time to finish this off. They could have taken the chopper and prioritized on other things, but I think they want to start it with a lot of kills, because from what we've seen earlier, they didn't have that much on the points, AJ.
Yeah, Deb now opportunity. Beautiful smoke played, but Claudie GB manages to grab Deb by the neck, chokes him, PPSH. Beautiful knockdown. Almighty Prime outside of the circle. Deb crawling around. Claudie doesn't care, just tags him up through the smoke, manages to still find the slay. Almighty playing this on a different level, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, a trap right now in the smoke is pretty much the same as a smoke bomber. So that combination at some point can be utilized on an offense and a defense part. So we'll have to see how well can they play it much more. But speaking of play, HGE right now going in for the snipes against ABC. And this time a grenade will be coming in here to play as well. Cluster, to be exact. But a lot of teams in the battle, HGE right now pushing ABC. And this is ABC Anonymous to this high ground, but not so far, because we still have Winter on the flight, as well as NRX 432 waiting for the high ground. Now, if NRX 432 is already well equipped, they might be able to gun down these teams from below. So that is one thing that we have yet to see as we switch over to a different team. Vagabonds and Nomads right now trying to recover from the fight, and as well as the points that they got from the first 2 rounds.
Clean movements by Ryujin. Hops on into an open window as they continue to loot up. But the one team that can undo their plays is ACAD of Brothers, the Academy of Brothers. But they back away from this compound. They don't really want to fight all that too early. AOBA, let's see exactly what he's got in store for us, as Aihu follows him up. Niana backing him up as well. Nobody's watching their backs, but they all want to get towards the compound that A holds on to. Now, as we move on, looks like Crash is just going to be the compound that A tries his best to hold on to, and nothing much for them to do here except to loot up because nobody else is in the exact same spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about. More of survivability, making it to last phase of the safe zone. And later on, because of the loot that you have, you will be prepared to go into battle. It's now is left to how much you have in terms of loot as well as firepower and with the mechanical skills that they can put into. But for the side of ABC, it's not looking good because there's only one member remaining. And with that one member pulling away from those dog tags, it might be more of survival gameplay from ABC. As we see AOP right now trying to look back from where they came from, thinking that they might be able to take kills from the enemies chasing them down.
Jello managing to slide away. This is Nobles Gaming right in front of the Conquerors. BBB Conquerors. Treb slides away. Arctic 50. Beautiful play so far. Sacred. Arctic 50 Exotic. Spots them, has the vision, but no slays coming through just yet for the Conquerors.
Yeah, it's more of for the Arctic 50 right now that he's using. It's more of the information that he can get unless it's close enough, because this doesn't have the attachment that can give a lot more of firepower in this game, AJ. So Sacred can give this out for the team, and then the rest of the team can just rush it out, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the exotic Arctic 50 doesn't really need a lot of attachments though at the end of the day, as long as you've got, you know, a proper read on the drop of the bullet. But it does come along with a lot of practice, a lot of experience using the Arctic 50 exotic before you can, of course, take advantage of it out there on the battlefield. None of those shots connecting just means that that player just doesn't really have all of that experience with that Arctic, you know. You just got to practice that a few more times, just so that it becomes like second nature whenever you hop on out there and you spot a player out there on the battlefield.
Exactly. Now, NASA this time still on the vehicle gameplay, but a different vehicle, using the ATV to roam around. So not quite sure that probably they're just testing out every vehicle that they have. And speaking of testing out, just moves in to a car, in their sports car, and like trying to get a hold of the location. Now, with this vehicle gameplay, we keep telling them that they can utilize this for a good plan of approach. But if you just be roaming around similar to the Jackal and not really converting into the kills, it will not be good for your team in terms of your placement. But speaking of which, where did Vagabond's Nomads came from? And there it is. Travis taking down. Oh no, it's Virus taking down 4 Kings, and AOB will be the next in their sights.
Wow, Ryujin. I mean, all of a sudden, the players of Vagabond's Nomads are on fire after round number 1. We gotta keep our eyes on them to see exactly what is the secret sauce that the Nomads bring into this matchup. Everybody needs this little lucky pill with the Nomad, followed by the looks of it, because they have just truly woken up. I mean, after an abysmal performance in round number 1, they've just been slaying non-stop. Virus now on the spot. I believe the next target is going to be Ihu alongside A. And as Virus moves on confidently, I mean, you know, in round number 1, the players of Nomads, they weren't really separating. They were keeping quite a tight group. But this time around, you can see the aggression. And I'm pretty sure Ihu is going to be spotted out by Virus. Had his eyes on him. And fighting him clearly wasn't an issue at all.
Yeah, I mean, Vagabond's Nomads, really, we know them off for aggression. And this is what they're pulling out right now from round number 3. So hopefully this is a chance for them to really recover in their points, because from earlier, from what we've seen, being in number 4, they're not too really happy in the performance, especially as we mentioned, they bombed out in this game. But with a challenge against the 4 Kings right now from above, it's really, really challenging for them. Esther lost a little bit of that armor and needs to recover, but the rest of the teams, Travis especially, will try to go in for the push, but Smoke just stopped him, and the high ground advantage going in for the 4 Kings right now is being challenged by the Nomads.
Yeah, and I think the Four Kings are in a lot of trouble because this is the fully activated Nomads that they are facing up against. And the Nomads, they've got eyes on the back of their heads as well as their third eye opened up already. It doesn't matter where you hide, it doesn't matter where you go, they will find you, and they have got that slaying capability as well. The best thing that the Four Kings can do now is just run away as far as possible and avoid all engagement with the Nomad. That's exactly what's done out there on screen. And we also see the players of Team NOOBDLES Gaming with a quick slide by on those snowboards, but I don't think Treb will be able to get away all that too far. In fact, he's moving towards the players of Four Kings all alone. This might not be the best of ideas.
Yeah, it's a 1v4 right now, and then the movement of the rest of the teams is a little bit too delayed, and this might not be a chance for Kreb to make a conversion, but this time, closing gap against the rest of the teams, I think they have an idea that Four Kings will not be firing back because so far, Four Kings are really not fighting back. It is probably because Fright is still waited in there to come back from the revive flight. So, NG in there, NOOBDLES Gaming FEROX missed that opportunity as well as a little bit of risky in there, just in case the Four Kings decide to be pissed off because of the firepower that there's the fire shots in here against them, and it's a good thing they were able to get away as well as NOOBDLES Gaming, and it will be silent right now. Airdrop will be the most priority for this team.
Let's see exactly who makes it through to these airdrops first. You know, it's been a long while since we've seen anyone pick up the tank, Neptune. I just wonder if anyone's going to take the risk of playing the tank in the current meta. I highly doubt it, but I really do miss seeing the tank popping up there on the battlefield. But Void out of nowhere, SMRS takedown onto Jew, ABC Mystic getting a taste of their own medicine, but Siamti shut down, manages to get a quick knock, a quick shot, managed to engage, but no knocks coming on through. Siamti loses all armor, 82 HP, as Siamti backs away ever so slowly, needs to play that rewind. Vagabond Nomads approaching from the back as well. Travis, so much of pressure that they play. 8 kills so far. Nomads look to be on fire this round as well.
Yeah, Nomads right now grouping up, and they are targeting NRX 432. And on the other side, Virus will be taken down by Sacred. And this team of the Conquerors really putting in a lot of pressure against Vagabond's Nomads. Now letting them get the kills against 432, even if they are on the far side. So I think the Conquerors will be the kryptonite of the Nomads because that happened from the first round. But Travis, as well as the Nomads, has taken a different target for the name of HGE. So Cranes being shot down, and a shot of the colors will try to get away, but how far, especially with the Nomads on their heels, they need to be as fast. But well, we'll have to see if this battle of NRX 432 and Nomads will be over that quickly.
Yeah, Ryujin very smartly smoking out that high ground advantage that the team EPS can have against them. So NRX 432 doesn't really have much of a chance in terms of vision. Now, Nomads, the communication is just superb as Esir and Ryujin both reposition, taking control of the back of that back of the hill, as the players of NRX 432 back away from this engagement. They want to have nothing to do with the players from the side of Vagabond's Nomads. But how long will NRX 432 be able to run away? Fright shuts down Luraj from CB1. Four Kings in action off screen as well. A lot of chaos unfolding in front of our very eyes, mainly because the circle's getting tiny, but so many players still alive and kicking, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll have to see. 11 teams already left, and earlier I think it was 13. So a lot of kills in there with the solo players, and Travis together with that one's Nomads still on top. Unfortunate for them, Virus will not be coming back, so it's now a 3v4 situation. The advantage of high ground is on the Nomads, but they are being pulled in by NRX 432, so it will not be look good for the Nomads right now, especially if other teams will be able to see them on their tracks. And we're talking about Four Kings, who is just on the side, who will try to challenge this hill.
Sakurai from beyond, and nothing stands before them in terms of players who are outside of the circle who will be able to play a lot of pressure here. Pixie takes Cardell out of the equation. Team NASA still continues to struggle. They have made it this far, but Travis shuts down Fright. This is going to be a huge loss for the Four Kings. They've got just now lost one of their best rushes in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And that will be a 3v3 situation. But with gunshots in there, knowing that a lot of teams will be nearby, especially Almighty, it will be a different battle. And there goes the takedown. Negi was able to take down Chase in the process. And Travis taking down Halo. And a lot of kills from different team to different approaches will be done right now. Travis eliminated by Clyde, and this is a good play for NRX 432 as we speak, because they are taking the high ground, a little bit of the edge of the safe zone, not really too risky on the approach, just to make sure that they will survive and take a lot more in terms of placement, AJ.
Yeah, after the previous kill, Vagabond's Nomads realized that, they really can't push that sort of pressure anymore. And one by one, they go down. But TV turns around. I talked about the tag. TV says, Pistachio, here I come. Get that double knock through. GB shuts down Kyun. And it looks like the whole of the Four Kings are going to have to deal with this tank. No SMRS, no FHJ out there on the battlefield to shut them down. Negi gets taken out by Dre. Almighty Prime now rules this final circle with that high ground advantage. NRX 432 towards their right hand side. Can they now take advantage? Fully smoked out. That's the smoke bomber from the side of NRX 432, using all of that smoke as cover and as the perfect attacking piece. Chibi continues to slay. Sakurai jumps on into the tank alongside Chibi. Chibi hops on out. Can they take advantage? Void down and out of the equation. Almighty Prime with 11 slays so far, potentially looking to take on the final boss in the name of NRX 432.
Yeah, and Almighty right now, good height, and GB is still in play, but still wondering if Sakurai is still alive and kicking and still inside that tank. Now, we have GB right now just rewinding all the way, and Dre making a lot of slays in there, especially as a smoke bomber inside the smoke. Sakurai will be sighted, but will be able to hide out probably a boulder in there. With the three teams remaining, AJ, it's a 3 versus 1, if I'm not mistaken. And Sakurai is the one in the crosshairs of Almighty Prime.
Yeah, Dre, the smoke bomber, already popped that a little bit earlier on, gets a little bit of extra information, tries to play that to his advantage, but Sakurai has defenses behind that small boulder. But now, with the circle moving on in, Sakurai has nowhere else to run. He needs to hope and pray that NRX 432 gets into an engagement against the players of Almighty, and that's exactly what happens here. 432 on the slide, and Kias does not spot his back. Chibi just runs all around, hits that rewind chaos as he now goes on to move through with his snowboard, finds yet another player. Sakurai takes Clyde out. One more rewind by TV, but he rewinds outside of the circle. So little HP left, and it is the Conquerors that gets the final kill onto NRX 432. Conquerors, consistency. This time, they get the win, Neptune.
I can consider that as a clutch. Being solo on a 7-soldier battle, 3 teams remaining in there, and with Sakurai surviving against 6 opponents, that would be a good play in there. And though we're seeing Vagabond's Nomads right now on our screens, it is the Team T.E.A.M Conquerors who took that win, with Sakurai really just waiting with the patience that he has, taking a win in that game. And AJ, this is what we're talking about. Survivability at its best. With 10 kills to their name already before that final stretch, they were able to build already the foundation of taking those points plus the additional 10. It's a total of 20 just for this round.
Yeah, fantastic plays coming through from the Conquerors, right? Especially, like you mentioned, 7 players alive on the battlefield, and he played that to perfection in terms of hiding away behind the boulder, and he was in a pickle because the circle started moving on in. He lost his defensive spot. It's just open grounds, but the saving grace was that NRX 432 was there to keep the players of Almighty distracted, and all he needed to do was just run into the center of that final circle and just await the rest of the teams. And he had the Jack in hand, the Jack OP in the current meta, and he took that to victory all the way to the top. But NRX 432, we talked about them making sure they continue climbing up the leaderboard as well, and that's exactly what they do. First 2 rounds, they kind of bombed out, but this round, they managed to make the brand proud. A total of 8 kills on their side. Almighty Prime, on the other hand, this was just a game of slays coming through from the team with a total of, 13 kills as well as 5 points from placement. Team 15, the one and only AXP KRATOS, with a total of 11 kills on their side. That's super impressive as well, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're bringing the name of AXP really compared or similar to what we have from Group A because from what we've seen, it is AXP. I just forgot which team is, but AXP still with a lot of kills, being second in their number of kills from those. It's AXP Eternals, and they're from the first group. This time, as we see yet two teams of AXP, we sort of had an expectation that they can bring on a lot of aggression similar to them. And this is KRATOS like putting up the promise that they can do the same as well. But compared to some of the teams right now, Vagabond's NOMADS this time, they have put out all that they can to bring a lot of kills, but with that small circle as well as loss of one of their members, Virus, they didn't really survive that much towards the final stretch. So hopefully they'll be able to recover and put up the name that they have on this top 5 of the scene, because so far maintaining that, being the second from the previous season, they need to maintain that consistency and show up, showing that they can be a challenge to those on the top spot. I would say it's Vagabonds Esports from the Group 1.
ABC Mystic as well as Anonymous, both picking up 10 and 11 spots. Not a lot of points to shout about here, just a single one picked up by Hanzi through those kills. So we'll just skip over them and move on to NOOBDLES Gaming, who pretty much had a similar performance as the ABC Anonymous squad with a single slay coming through from all Nicks. Same can be said or CB1, and it is Tito Ming with the single slay. That's good enough. But nothing much to shout about here towards the very bottom of the leaderboard now, is the Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much of a kills, though a lot of promise, but conversion is still not happening. AXP Mercenaries, though they are named as Mercenaries, not so much in the Merc kills that we're seeing. And the Royal Kings as well, they have good opportunity. It's just a pressure of those going against them, especially as they drop so many times in dormitory. They have lost great momentum early of this game. And even if they can survive to the latter part, they have already lost plenty of time and also lost a lot of potential firepower because they started off trying to get away or like trying to fire back a different team. So Royal Kings, hopefully you're listening. There's still a lot of drop points that you can take. You can check out the stream out of the first 2 rounds in here and see as to where you can drop for isolated, AJ.
Yeah, and you know, in terms of the drop spots, they can go ahead to do all of their homework a little bit later on after the broadcast, because Isolated is done and dusted now. We are about to move into blackout gameplay. Let's see who exactly gets a black eye by the end of that round, Neptune. But let's take a peek at the highlights as well, because hopefully we get to spot a little bit more of those fantastic plays by Vagabond's Nomads, which were very, very interesting indeed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, was able to clean up that area from that high ground, even as they are on like a different visuals. As you can see, we have Virus right now trying to go in for the rush against Aihu, and I guess the trajectory of Aihu can give him an idea of where the rest of the teams are. So we'll just have to find out a little bit more as we see Vagabonds and Nomads and how their gameplay really plays into what strategy they have.
Yeah, and after that particular slay, they immediately found themselves a little bit nerfed. They couldn't continue with a similar advantage towards the very final of the circle, because I guess that vision kind of got nerfed towards the very end, but it was Almighty Prime that took over all of the dominance towards the very end. Chibi with a lot of confusion. You know, the community is kind of questioning whether or not it is a DQ for him or the forfeiture of points, kill points, especially because his tank had got the skin on it. We will have to wait for PG to announce whether or not that is a forfeiting of points. But for the time being, it is the one and only VVV Conquerors who pick up the victory finally after being consistent in round number 1 and 2, making sure they earn points to keep that number 2 spot. They now manage to grab a win as well. Pretty much the prediction that you wanted to bring out in round number 2 earlier on, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. Because with the consistency that they put in, they even challenge those who have already taken that number one spot. And all they have to do right now is put into play survivability and survivability indeed from Secre. I mean, that was almost a lost cause for the team DAO Conquerors in there. But with the smart gameplay as well as like not giving up that easily, even in that situation. Like a lot of teams who have been put in that situation, at some point they just don't move, let the safe zone kill them, and then just wait for what's going to happen.
Yeah, and in terms of just being patient in that way, I guess to a certain degree, it might be good. But I prefer if those patience, that patient gameplay had been played a little bit earlier in the matchup, right? For them to just focus on their loots. But anyway, that is day number one sort of performance that we should be expecting as these teams try to find a little bit of their pacing. The homework will be done at the end of day one. Not a lot of them have got coaches and the third-party perspective to kind of oversee and tell them exactly what to do round after round. So hopefully day number two can be very much different than day one. But for now, Isolated's all done and dusted. We have to move on into a blackout, but that only happens after a quick short break.
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ、楽しみ。
行くわよ。手を貸せ。
あれは何なんだ。
こいつもポストヒューマンなのか。トゲさん。
何やってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しました。これでも食らえ。注意、移動中です。遅い。そうささやくのよ、私のゴーストは。
駒援護しろ。
もっと上手にできてるよね。
その調子だ立駒。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょ。バトルさんは分かってるな。
本当のことだ。
アーバントラッカー会いたかったよ。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ、楽しみ。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Garena Survivors, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. Day number 4 of the semi-finals, but it's day 1 for Group B. So far, we've seen a little bit of dominance, but more so consistency, very specifically from the Conquerors out of Veni Vidi Vici. They were consistent in round 1 and round 2, and in round 2, Neptune was looking for a victory from the Conquerors, and the Conquerors said, why not, Neptune? Why not? And they brought exactly that. They managed to grab the win, and now they should be in that number 1 spot overall. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, and we're the voices that'll be accompanying you not just for the semifinals, but all the way down to the final day of the finals later on as well. And so far, it has been quite an exciting journey watching these teams move up and down. A lot of inconsistencies for day 1 for Group B, but that's something that we expected from the very start, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely, because of not so much of info and intel for this team, especially for the drop points and as well as rotation. And I believe after this whole day, a lot of the teams right now, especially with third party looking into this, especially with the first 3 of Isolated already done, they will be reviewing that and then putting it into play for tomorrow. But this time, this starts it off for Blackout, and in Blackout, I would say a lot more of chaos will be happening in start, but slow-mo at some point because of the distance of this the compounds as well as the amount of distance that you need to cover in this map.
Yeah, and I like the fact that we did see the players of NASA getting super aggressive with the Jackal, but it wasn't something that they continuously tried in round number 3. They tried it for 2 rounds and they realized that, okay, you know what? It was getting us a lot of information, but not much from that. But even though it was not really getting kills, it was still getting them a high ranking in terms of placement. It wasn't the case in round number 3 where they tried to switch up their style and gameplay and strategy very last minute. So that might just affect them a little bit more, but hopefully they find a good pace to start off with at Blackout. Now, we are going to take a quick peek at the leaderboard. And once again, the Conquerors should be conquering everybody else up top with that consistency, but it's not by a lot. Almighty Prime pretty close behind them now.
Yeah, definitely. It's 4 points in there on the total. But if you look at the kills, there's a lot more in there being brought in by the Conquerors so far, because from the first 2 rounds, they are the teams who challenges those aggressive teams like Vagabonds, Nomads, Almighty Prime, even the 4 Kings Aces. And this really converts well if they take good placement in the process. And that is where they have been consistent. Earlier, it has been, if I'm not mistaken, number 4 on the spot most of the time, and then getting, or no, like 2nd or 3rd most of the time, and then on the last round of Isolated, they got that win, and with the slates they have, it's no question that they can get this top. But how far can they bring this, and how long can they maintain this? That would depend on how well they will be able to survive, because I would say with Sekre in there, it is like more of luck that he survived and take that win.
Yeah, you know, in terms of the plays from 4 Kings, on the other hand, I feel like, you know, Fright is the most frightening player that the others have to deal with. And I just want to see him bring out a little bit more flair in all of that gameplay, right? A lot of aggression shown so far, but what sort of performance can we find at Blackout? Because once again, this is the second rank of the Forking squad, as opposed to the ones that actually got DQ'd, who were supposed to be in Group A. And they have got a lot of burden on their shoulders representing the brand overall. But I think they are doing a fantastic job out there, even against all of the rest, even against Vagabond's Nomads, who just seem to be able to see through the gameplay of everybody else out there on the battlefield. The four Kings Aces are still one cut above them. But now, as the match is ready for kickoff, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the main important thing is, what does the flight path have in store for us? And it's a crazy, ridiculous flight path, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I won't be able to get a good read as to how the teams will be dropping in here, especially when I look it back later on. But this time, well, they have to make do. It is what it is. They need to make do. And like for those targeting Docks, Lighthouse, Factory, and Ghost Town, it's a long flight, but we'll have to see as to where will be our hot drops right now, because there's a glimpse that Houseboat has been missed by Team D. This is HGE, so I think they're moving along towards the farther side of this map. We're in Turbine right now, I think. I've been surprised by the scenes. I mean, they have tried to go in for a hot drop, but it's only in the middle of the map that happened, as well as in construction site.
Yeah, construction site is going to be a full-on chaotic spot. And Cal just moves on in for the chase, shutting down Void. Matoy taken out by Chalup. And the players of ABC Mystic, they gather around once again together. They know that they've got a lot more teams to take on, a lot more players to shut down as well. But they have to go in extremely carefully for these engagements, because just beyond the horizon, the Royal Kings might just be able to pull a number on them, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen ABC Mystic in construction site so many times, and it's a good thing that they are now understanding how they can play it better in here, even with contentions coming from other teams. Now, Pixie right now is in a good show to hide out and survive and probably pick up dog tags of the rest of the teams. But with ABC Mystic not going away that easily, it might be that difficult, and those dog tags might be timing out. With the Royal Kings right now, not really acting as much as the Kings, no contention from them, but still going in for hot drops after hot drops. So we'll see if they will be able to survive this fight. But ABC Mystic, I think they heard a little bit of footsteps, but can't put a finger as to where it's coming from.
Yeah, and that's the small problem with Factory, right? A lot of compounds and, more importantly, a lot of flaws to play around with. But Pixie, high ground advantage, but not really to take an aggressive fight against anyone. But Cal, great jump up, but mispoints his little grappling hook from that ninja skill and goes all the way down. It's like playing a game of Snake. He got bitten.
Got bitten in so much steps down in there, but Pixie has already flew down. We'll try to get but two members
Pixie.
in there, but no,
Pixie right away.
got that wall, got that door in there, and just got away. Chelop right now is a little bit confused as to where Pixie is, and he is the fairy right now in here, just playing with this human, and Pixie with that ninja, unable to get away that long because Rogue in there just pinched them.
Oh, wonderful play coming through from ABC Mystic. And this is the quality that we were talking about that NYSG brings into the competition. But as we look at the Conquerors shutting down one after the other. The players of FEROX 432. Joko taken out of the equation as well. And it looks like 432 might just be the next team that is taken out of this lobby. But one final surviving player, I believe, is somewhere out there on the battlefield. Team 11 all turned into dog tags as well. NICAEA Kings, as you can see. ABC Anonymous, Alibaba Clan Anonymous turned into dog tags as well. Many a teams being run down by the Conquerors. 2 slice, 2 kills so far. Ozai trying to get away, has got the motorcycle. The motorcycle should be able to outmaneuver Ainra, but Ainra has got the minigun. That railgun should be able to tag up Ozai, but Ozai just a little too slippery. Left to right, he tries to sneak around with that motorcycle and manages to get away just for the time being. But Ozai, what a driving skill by Sacred to keep up with him.
Yeah, I mean, imagine this is an antelope chasing down the motorcycle and still not letting go. And this might be the chance. Ozai in there going in for the turn. And no!
Wow.
Still Sacred in there, and the cutoff might be happening right now, but Osai is still chased. Now, here we'll go. The wall and the fence still not letting go, and it comes another team. They really want to take this kill, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Ozai just trying to get away with his life, but thankfully, finally, the agility of the motorcycle manages to get him forward, and the antelope gets stuck as it hits one of the portable toilets, which should have been knocked over if you ask me. But you know, sometimes portable toilets are strong, man.
Yeah, like not only in built, but also in smell at some point.
I mean, in that case, thank goodness it didn't fall over, because it would have caused a stink out there on the battlefield, Neptune. So, all in all, it's all good. No shit was spilled in that engagement.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really surprised. And like, I don't know. We've seen several gameplays already with the vehicle, and Sacred has just put in the best chase in there. And it's not even named the chase. He was Sacred. He was holy at that point.
He was holy indeed, man. Team NASA, they had a jackal to play with, 2 jackals in fact, and Winter now has a hold on the other one. A lot of information they are trying to look for in Blackout. But, you know, all of these guys are just making me very jealous with their maneuvering with those vehicles, man. Vagabonds, Nomads now taking on the Conquerors. Esir has got a good high ground advantage to play around with. Smoke bomb has been popped out already. A good knock by Virus. And as Ryujin tries to hack on everybody, disabling all of their classes, Vagabonds, Nomads now have got the advantage.
Yeah, Vagabonds Nomads right now is just looking for one and might see one in there. And there goes Inra already being knocked down by Virus. The chase is on Blank right now, face to face, and Virus still not phasing. But Blank will be able to get away. Sacred not so much with that snowboard, but tagged, not yet down. But Esther will be following it up. Esther for the hit. RUS used phenomenally in this game, up close and personal. That is how you use this SMG.
Yes, Sakurai now right in front of him. Asair knows that he cannot really get ahead of them. And Ainra, as he crawls away, the Conquerors have been conquered pretty much. And it's all up to Sakurai and Blank to stay hidden. But can you actually stay hidden away from the Vagabonds Nomads themselves, who have opened up their third eye? It might just be that the third eye is closed at the very moment, because the Conquerors have managed to stay hidden. But Esir, as he slowly approaches the situation, Ainra will be the first one that he takes out. Behind the tree, no problem for me. Bye-bye, Esir says. Ainra out of the equation as well. And now they move on for the hunt. They want to eliminate all of the Conquerors.
Yeah, the Conquerors right now is hunted, but not yet out. Now, vehicle, not quite sure what the plan was in there, but the vehicle has been taken down. Oh no, it is to block that approach for that dog tag. A good move indeed. We've seen that so many times from the previous one. And if I'm not mistaken, that was the Conquerors as well who did that against the 4 Kings from the previous season. So this is a good plan for them, not letting them just pass by with a snowboard or motorcycle. But ATV covering up that dog tag is not too big, as it will not be picked up.
Yeah, I mean, you are going to slow down the player, but you're not going to be able to stop the player from picking up the dog tag. That's the most important thing. But if you are a player if you're a team like Vagabond Nomads, just slowing them down is more than enough. But now, it is the 4 Kings taking on the one and only D11 KRATOS. D11 KRATOS doesn't really have much of an angle to play with here. 4 Kings, on the other hand, slowly backing away towards the very edge. It's just the open waters for them to swim through now. And they sucker indeed, Evan. They need to hope and pray that D11 comes hunting down for them here, Neptune.
D11 right now is in here just waiting for the chance. And the 4 Kings, I think they're planning the approach of exit. And there you go, trying to get away from the side. Instinct will be left behind as the rest of the teams is now in a great pace to get away. But HGE, D11, well, not really chasing them down. It's more of this compound that they want to focus on and waiting for the timer to show the next phase of the safe zone. But Luke on right now for the kill against Hangin, and he will be lost in the wind as Frosh right now will try to get those dog tags. And here comes Frosh taking the dog tags and running away. And ENE, NICAEA Kings right now. Oh my goodness!
How? How was that even possible? That was just totally luck. And CB1, Ito Ming himself down on the ground. Oh my lord. When you knock an uncle down, he's already got bad knees. How is he now going to get back up, Neptune?
I mean, being in the floor right now, apart from the knees, the back will be hurt as well. And that was a double kill with the against two vehicles. Oh my goodness. But Winter right now trying to convert and a knockdown against Jiu with that Jackal. Now, NASA right now will try to follow up. And this is what we're talking about. Yes, you can utilize the Jackal, but the follow-up by the rest of the teams need to be put into play. And I think this is a good play being planned by NASA, but how far is Winter that is the question, because the Jackal versus the rally car, the distance might be too huge, and Winter will be taken down in there by Cal from that Jackal.
Yeah, fantastic now plans. Lucon hops on out of the car, but Rogue has already backed away. Pop. Lucon gets that information. As he's seen through the smoke, Lucon will back away very slowly. Joko manages to get, what is that, a Nova knock? Beautiful stuff. And this is just superb as NRX 432 Joko makes a joke out of ice.
Yeah, and here we go. Lucon right now. Oh, good peek. Cello being hit and being damaged. But Dog Tags is there for the side of NASA to pick up. And in the process, they might be able to take down Cello. But Cello right now is just safe in there. Firing back, but no! Jack takes him down.
Yeah, it is the players of Alibaba Clan Mystic who kind of misplayed this a little bit. When you are in blackout, you need a vehicle for yourself, man. Just exactly what NASA's doing for themselves right now. This is a perfect play because you need to cover all of those open grounds. Without a vehicle, things get so much more difficult. And as those other teams now catch up with you with their own vehicles, you are just a sitting duck out there in the open fields. But Myrin and Lucon just missing their player and just knocking him a little bit before he could hop. What was that? Rewind. I don't know what Ihu was trying to do. It could have been a bug on the rewind class. He hit it, but just absolutely nothing happened.
Yeah, I mean, it is probably a bug because that happens, but to what extent and to what price? Hopefully, they'll be able to make do with that. But Ihu right now, as in here, was able to recover and regroup with AOB. But with the team of Four Kings Aces on their heels, getting close to them, we'll have to find out if they will still survive this battle. A right now turns back against the Four Kings, but the Hill will be able to save them. Paquito fighting down and taken down. Fright is a good deal for them. This is a chance for them to fight it on against Four Kings, AJ.
Yeah, and as the players of Four Kings, Instinct manages to find Paquito. The response is perfect. Hey! Manages to knock down Tune, but Negi trades him right back out. Fantastic response by the Four Kings. Fright trying to get away. Niana on the chase, but Fright might just lead Niana into a little bit more trouble. Fright turns around, hits the rewind. Bye-bye, Niana, he says.
And that is how you use that rewind on a defense. It's more of baiting them out. Yeah, like it's high IQ gameplay, AJ. I mean, you can just bait out a different team and then pull out the best time, get back your team, and fire it out. They can gatekeep then as they approach from the safe zone.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, frightening plays by Fright all the time. You know, even though he's not the aggressive one this time around, picking up all of those kills, he's just that slippery player that is so difficult to take down. And he's one of the best defensive players as well because of that smart use of his rewind skill. But now, going up against four players, he gets that information and immediately backs away, sends that info right back to the rest of his team members so that they can reposition, because just beyond them comes NICAEA Kings. Are they going to be able to catch up? We will have to wait and see. Alex, on the other hand, from the side of Royal Kings, Dep's dog tag still hasn't been picked up just yet, but nobody else is beside them. They need to get the work done right now.
Yeah, and as the Vagabond's Nomads peel off from the situation, they can get those dog tags and go for the scan. But the distance between Vagabond's Nomads and Royal Kings is not that much, but they can make do right now with the movement that they can recover in this game. ABC Mystic as well have an opportunity to pinch them down together with the Royal Kings, but if they will be able to survive, Vagabond's Nomads might still be able to put on a little bit of aggression latter part of this game, AJ.
Yeah, let's see what sort of a pressure they can pile on them, right? Vagabonds, Nomads, once again, Ihu taken out of the equation already. And the Academy of Brothers don't really seem to be able to stand strong against their opponents. And Vagabonds, Nomads still going to town with them. Ryujin. And they approach the Alibaba clan Mystic. They take a look towards their left, spot those players. Matt's not going to be able to run away. Hops on up. Travis, oh, look at the trail with his gun, man. Travis just an absolute monster, tagging Matt up back to back. Death gets taken out of the equation. Vagabonds, Nomads just nailing one player after the other as they now try to catch up together with the circle. Pops that smoke as a play of defense. Travis manages to sneak on in, and just behind the circle he is right now, pulls out the snowball as well. No SMRS is going to catch him off guard, but Nomads have to take on the Four Kings. By the movement, nope, they peel off towards the left, so the Four Kings will have to wait a little bit longer before they can engage with the Nomads.
Yeah, they need to get in line because ABC Mystic would be the first to meet the Vagabonds Nomads right now. And here comes Rogue being shut down, but will be missed in there with only a few HP, but surviving outside of safe zone will be a little bit more. Cal right now has been taken down. No, not yet. He's still not out, but with the safe zone damage, it will be difficult for him to get in. Plus, Vagabonds Nomads gatekeeping the heck out of them.
Yeah, and let's see exactly what they can do now. And we only have got one broadcast now, Neptune. Yeah, the broadcast went missing, so everybody has to hop into this live stream. We're sorry if you were watching the other live and then it just went missing all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But please share this stream as many times as you can, because we now have lost the numbers from the other one. So you guys need to drop that like and share once again. If you don't know what I'm talking about, we actually had two broadcasts running simultaneously and we just terminated one of them. So please help us drop that like and share if you just joined this particular live stream. It truly will help that algorithm to drag more of our viewers back in. We had more than 2,000 earlier on, but because of that little bit of a confusion, we've lost half of you guys already.
Yeah, and make sure you like and share the stream because this is more of an exciting day one, AJ, compared to the Group A. A lot more of engagement, a lot more of different gameplays are being shown, and I think it's more of what we've seen as well from day number one, from group number one. Because from the first group, there's there's a little bit of question as to how to approach them with the current setup of this competition. But this time, a lot of teams are too confident, a little bit more confident compared to that on the first day.
Yeah, and the confidence obviously has to be improved round after round. Oh, Negi managing to tag up six players, all six in here. Gone in, hacked up. Negi got a little lucky there. None of them able to use their mini map now. None of them going to be able to activate their skills as well. So this one is a big one for them. And there's a high potential that it was the players of E and E that actually got hacked up. And Vagabonds Nomads were just slightly further away. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Nomads now slowly edging away towards the corner of that circle. They might have gotten hacked up. We don't have information as to who were the ones who got hacked. But it looks like the Vagabonds Nomads are now going to open up the third eye once again. Lexus inside of the smoke. Virus on the way to shut him down. Doesn't look towards his left. Finds the players of ABC Mystic from across instead. Starts shooting at them. Hits that rewind. And now back together with the rest of his team members to take the slow once again.
Yeah, beside of ABC Mystic, I think that was a chance for Virus to back out, but I didn't see one from the left. It's a good thing that Travis in there, or was it Esser? Esser was able to go for the follow-up, provide that info, or getting that information and go for that hit. But speaking of hit, Travis will be taken down by Negi with that Odin, and the Four Kings right now will be rushed and naded as well, but not so much damage can be done. It's more of a push, but here comes Pride right now. But how quick he can go get away from that? Esser takes him down.
Fantastic play, and Claudie manages to take out Pito Ming. And Nomads loses Esir, Ryujin, and Virus still standing up. But Chalo makes quick work of him. Fantastic play by ABC Mystic. Ryujin, final player. He repositions. He doesn't go in for the pickup at all. Ryujin now needs to respond in a timely manner, and he brings out his hacking class. He hacks up 6 players at the very same time. Chalo from the other end spots Almighty Prime, who are taking advantage of that high ground. around to spot out the rest of the players, not even using their skills just yet. Ryujin has been spotted. Look now for the win, but Jay snatches the kill away. Vagabond's Nomads taken out in the 6th spot. Instinct shuts down ABC Mystic. Instinct now with the Jack. Chillum still alive and kicking for the backstab now as Almighty will try to make it away from this circle. Four Kings are all comfortable towards that center of it.
Yeah, Four Kings right now is still 4-man strong, same as Almighty Prime. Pretty similar from the previous round, but this time it is 9 soldiers fighting. Chelop might have a chance to clutch this if he's patient, but he has been sighted already with 4 Kings. So the rotation of the 4 Kings depends when the time will be out for the save zone. But Almighty will take a lead on there and above them, and Dive may be seeing and taking down ABC Mystic at this point.
This should be a win for the Four Kings because now they've got that hacker who has gotten that recharge already. Dre from up top. No ingress into this hut just yet. Unless, that was a small little window that he can drop into. Things would have been a little bit different. Dre, blind shots, takes away the fences first just so that he can get that extra advantage. Behind the boulder, spots the feet of a player, smokes up that spot first so that he doesn't get tagged up. Very smart play coming through from Almighty Dre. But now, the circle leaves the players of Four Kings high and dry. Backstab by Chase. Instinct shuts down Chase back to back. Fry taken out by the zone. Cune and Instinct, 2 players left in this equation. ABC Chillop outside of the circle gets taken down by it. And the Four Kings get yet another victory of the day.
4 Kings right now, the Aces bringing the name the 4 Kings similar to their main team. And this is what we're talking about. I believe, AJ, with the movement of these members, though some of them are coming from the last season's main team, some of the members are getting tips or probably trained together with the main team after that disqualification that happened to give them a little bit more of that motivation to fight it off in this game, AJ.
And Four Kings just need to be reminded to show their in-game statistics to the camera instead of their team's poster, which we have seen a million times already. Hopefully that does not end up in any sort of action being taken against them. But that's also a reminder to all of the teams to follow the instructions given. Once the win is taken, they have to show their in-game screen to their cameras. That's one of the requirements. But 7 kills overall, #1 spot, fantastic play. And the Four Kings, they played campy towards that final circle, but you gotta be really careful, man. You cannot take advantage of, whoever you are or whatever sort of skills you have out there on the battlefield. You have to play it supremely cautiously, and that's exactly what the Four Kings Aces did in there. One quick backstab by, who was it earlier? Chase, I believe, but a quick return fire coming through from the one and only Instinct. Instinctually took him out of the equation. But ABC Mystic, once again, this was the team, the pride of MYSG, once again getting into that final circle and making MYSG proud. This time round, 11 slays alongside 6 placement points. They've done a lot for the MYSG scene.
Yeah, I believe they started off hot from the construction side in there, and that is where they got the motivation. They got the strength to fight on and survive later on in this game. And even if Ju has been taken down, Chelop with the gameplay of hiding out, he has been spotted so many times, but he have the mental fortitude not to get away, not to be seen, and maintain that position until the final moment. Almighty, on the other hand, they were a little bit too aggressive, trying to take down the competition that early. But even if they are trying to target Chelop from that far, from that far area, they miss that. They miss the idea that there's only 2 compounds in there, and they could have challenge the Four Kings inside, because the knockdown has been done, the pickup has been done as well, no nades has been thrown inside, and that's a missed opportunity for the Almighty from that game.
Yeah, missed opportunity indeed, but it doesn't really matter because they still have got a lot more rounds in here. Okay, fine, 2 more rounds in here to play for today at Blackout, but they've done enough already throughout the whole day. Almighty, they started the day off with a victory. Game 2 was a little bit subdued in terms of performance. In fact, they barely showed up in game number 2, but it's good that they are finding winning ways. It's good that they are finding their way into that final circle. AXP, this was a team that we expected a lot out of earlier on, the Mercenaries, and this time around, they didn't really assassinate all the too many players, but getting the 4th place as well at the 4 points is gonna serve them up well by the time we end day number 1. HGED11 KRATOS picking up a massive 7 kills with the 5th place, as well as 3 points from the placements. Gotta be happy with their own performance. But Vagabond's Nomads trying to emulate their own brothers, Vagabond's Esports, by sneaking away those skills and not really placing up very high, just so that not many eyes are placed on them. But no, we still will be watching them, mainly because Vagabond's Nomads, they have got this style when it comes to slaying that the other teams all want to learn from them, and they have just got a spectacular way of assassinating those team members of the other teams, except for Ryujin, who seems to have a little bit of a struggle keeping up with the rest of his team members today.
Yeah, Vagabond's Nomads really, actually before the start of this game, they have the targets already from behind them because the performance that they have from the previous season is so aggressive, and a lot of teams want to be careful not to be not to be caught on that aggression. So a lot of challenges has been done as well against Vagabond's Nomads. But at this time, out of this group, we're not seeing that much of the Conquerors, the consistent team that we are seeing from the early parts. And I think we know a little bit of a weakness for them. It might be the map. It might be blackout right now. And continuing on the 7th spot, it is CB1 main. Though there are no kill points in here, the placement point, though not that much, might be able to bring them a little bit more. But we have NICAEA Kings this time, 4 kills to their name on the 8th spot, as well as AOB, Academy of Brothers main, 3 kills to them. Compared to CB1 main, it's a lot better in terms of getting more points.
Yeah, and you know, the Academy of Brothers have been a little weak in terms of showing up today, but not like the players of Royal Kings. 10th spot, no placement points, but they make up for it with the slays, 8 points in total. And so does the players of NASA. NASA Vanguard picking up 7 slays, but nothing from placement points. But I like this, right? Because in Isolated, we barely saw them slay as good as this. So hopefully Blackout is their map, and Blackout's the place where they will be able to recover a little bit of those lost opportunity by picking up more points. But NRX 432, not looking like the usual NRX 432. Not a lot of dominance in this round. 12th spot they pick up with a total of 5 kills to their name. And Team 14D Noobles Gaming Squad with just a single slay in the 13th spot. Conquerors ain't conquering nothing in Blackout this time around. Only 2 points for them through those kills. And when you look at ABC Anonymous, they better stay anonymous with that sort of a performance, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, probably it's a first map jitters that's getting them, but from the Isolated, it's still not that much from ABC Anonymous, though it's good to see 2 teams coming from different regions really fight it off in the semifinals. But I'm looking forward for them to perform even better to reach that grand finals. Because as you mentioned, AJ, from the previous season, these teams are bringing on inspiration to the other teams other regions who want to join this competition, not to be intimidated, not to be scared against the crazy gameplays of the Filipinos, AJ.
Yeah, and you know, the Filipinos have always been known for their fantastic aggression out there on the battlefield, and all of that aggression is represented by Vagabond's Nomads. There is just no match for them whenever they take a very aggressive attack upon some of these teams, but a little bit too much of aggression shown earlier on. But this was the beautiful 2-knock coming through from NASA Winter, which was totally unplanned. You know, it just got hit like a meteor out of nowhere.
I don't know, probably a target in there. It was coincidence that the 2 vehicle will be hitting each other, getting those damage, plus the additional hit coming from Winter, just finishing them off.
Winter at the end of the day just got turned into a dog tag, and not many of them could actually rush in there to save him. Lucon did try with his vehicle a little bit later on, but they were super distracted. And, as the competition continued to move on, the Four Kings then took on the players of Academy of Brothers. And the Four Kings, this was one of the fantastic plays through Instinct, popping that smoke bomb, and he shot him off from afar. But with a repositioning, Kyun got taken down, but Negi was there for the trade. And this is once again, the supremacy that the Four Kings bring in. They've always got each other's back, especially when they are out there picking up their team members who have already got knocked down. You always have the rest of them gather around to protect them, give them that cover whilst their down team member gets that pickup. And that's the main reason why the Four Kings Aces got into that final circle as the top two teams, and also the Jack once again wrapping things up clean. Four Kings Aces with this victory jumps right back up to that #1 spot.
The Four Kings in the fourth round really doing well, and it's more of a communication as well as getting or using those classes to either the attack or the offense or the defense, and on how they can utilize that for their advantage. But it's a good play for the Four Kings Aces right now, and I think this win has brought them to the #1 spot once again. But looking at the scores in there as well as those challenging that spot, especially from the leaderboard that we've seen earlier, it's not that much, AJ, and a lot of things might change by the end of this day.
Yeah, and by changing, you mean perhaps being challenged by Almighty Prime or the Vagabonds Nomads. Even the Conquerors are not down and out of the equation just yet, right? But if you look at the Vagabonds Nomads, the one thing to fear mainly is the fact that they steal away so many kills, but they shy away when it comes to those placement points. But, everybody's still going to be keeping an eye on them because of the way they are slaying out there on the battlefield, because they look super scary, and teams just need to figure out exactly how to play that counter strat against the Vagabonds Nomads, who just seem to be absolutely supreme whenever they get into attack mode, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And they need to be careful, plan out how they can challenge Vagabonds Nomads once that is triggered from them. But so far, that have yet to be seen, because that is the first match that we have for this new map of Blackout. As we go in for that second round of Blackout map, we're going to see if adjustments will be made, but we will be back after a quick break, so don't go away.
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
楽しみ。
行くわよ。立ちこま、手を貸せ。
あれは何なんだ。
こいつもポストヒューマンなのか。トグさん。 そうささやくのよ私のゴーストは
立駒援護しろその調子だ立駒お前はよくやってるよ
でしょバトルさんは分かってるな
本当のことだ
アーバントラッカー会いたかったよ
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った行くわよ
うわ楽しみ
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the show. This is Garena Survivors Season 2 Legacy, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. Down to 2 more rounds of the Blackout. And for the first 4 rounds, AJ, we have seen 2 wins already for the 4
Yes.
Kings. And so far, with how close it is on the top of the leaderboard, I'm looking forward to how it will change in the upcoming rounds.
Yeah, and I really love seeing the skills of the 4 Kings, and they have shown that it is truly the effort and the time that they've put into the game to master all of these strategies, and the execution out there on the battlefield just seems so beautiful as compared to Vagabonds, Nomads, or Almighty Prime, who are just rushing off and very aggressively taking shots, kills after kills. And it seems to be very easy for Almighty Prime. But when you look at the 4 Kings, it just seems so much more natural, so much more realistic in terms of how it's executed out there in the battlefield. I seem to be liking the approach of the 4 Kings better than Prime, as well as Vagabonds, Nomads at the very moment. But the Conquerors are very close to that finesse that the 4 Kings have, right? It's just that in terms of consistency, the Conquerors started off hot, but at Blackout, they seem to have just fallen a little bit behind. They just need to find a way to get right back in front, because you can't really lose a lot of momentum here, Neptune. The rest of the teams will really leave you in the dust. The saving grace is the Conquerors have done a lot already today, so even if they do get left behind a little bit, I'm pretty sure they can easily catch right back up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, but it's still consistency to be on the top 5 of that post-game breakdown is really one thing that you can do. Because for those of the teams who have done that, and the other groups that we've seen was able to maintain their dominance. Even if they don't take the win, they get the kills. If they don't get the kills, they get the placement. So hopefully this turns around for the Conquerors, because there's a lot more promise for this team, similar to what we've seen from the 4 Kings Aces.
Yeah, and the 4 Kings Aces have managed to prove that, regardless of the ranking in terms of their organization where they belong, they still do bring a lot of heat out there onto the battlefield. And, that's what you have to admire, right? Because they may not be the most dominant within their organization, but when you compare them against the rest of the teams, they are superbly dominant. And that's exactly what's most important here. They're carrying a lot of weight on their shoulders, but that extra bit of pressure seems to be chugging out all of this extra bit of performance from them as well, which the audience is absolutely loving. Let's take a quick peek at the overall leaderboard to see how much has that effort served up for the 4 Kings Aces, and they maintain their number 1 spot. 2 victories so far, 22 placement points, which is the most out there on the battlefield, but the slays are not the most, because Vagabonds Nomads beat them hands down at that, just 6 points behind them. Where Vagabonds Nomads falls behind is the placement points, but I feel like that is being done on purpose by the Vagabonds Nomads. Almighty Prime, on the other hand, have got 20 from the placement points and 31 slays. And that shows you their combat capability, but the combat capability of the players of Conquerors seems to be a little bit more sound. Just 2 points behind AMT Prime in that 4th spot with a total of 49. But in terms of placement, although they've gotten a single victory in here so far, they seem to be a little bit left behind in comparison to the 4 Kings, Aces, or Almighty Prime. But that doesn't seem to be too big of an issue overall, because at the end of the day, we're still in day number 1 for Group B, and we still have 2 more matches to go now.
Exactly. XP KRATOS in there really showing up this time into the battle, especially with the performance that they have from the previous map, from the isolated. They got a lot of kills, and that is one thing that we really expect from the AXP brand, especially for the showing that has been done by their brothers from Group A. NRX 432 this time, moving up in here on 6th place, and they came for the challenge. We challenged them. We asked them to really bring on the gameplay and the brand a little bit of justice, and this time they are moving, though very slow, but hopefully this will snowball their favor, getting a little bit higher, because it is a good chance for them to do so, especially if they moved in on Blackout. They have 2 more chances on this game, AJ.
Yeah, and you know, those 2 more chances that they can make use of, I'm pretty sure they can chug out a lot from. But if you look at the right-hand side, the Royal Kings, they started off things hot in round number 1, but they kind of fizzled out right after that. I'm not so sure exactly what's happening there, but the Royal Kings, they need to start stepping things right back up. CB1 main, the same thing can be said for them, just 1 point between the 2. And Alibaba Clan Anonymous, although they don't really serve up a lot of firepower on the battlefield, ABC Mystic still seems to be representing MYSG well, sneaking into the top 8, but we need to see consistent performance out of this team to see MYSG at that grand finals. Academy of Brothers Main, on the other hand, seem to be struggling towards the very bottom of the leaderboard alongside Nubos Gaming. Let's see if or not the final round can be any sort of difference for these teams. 6 choppers out there for the steal. We also have got the Jackals to be stolen away, and I'm pretty sure we can count on the players of the one and only NASA Vanguard to steal all of that away. And speaking of which, NASA Vanguard has already commandeered the first Jackal in the main match.
Yeah, well, there was a challenge in there by one member of this team of NOOBDLES Gaming, FEROX, but has been left behind. So I think it's more of a get back for the NASA right now, because he knows that there's someone already waiting in there. It's just a matter of time to hunt them and take them down. But this time, VVV, we have the Conquerors right now, moving in the Frockin Tower and going and challenging NRX 432. So we'll have to see as to how this will end, because this is the 2 teams that really can put in a lot of great gameplays and crazy engagement. But Efficients 432, NRX 432 right now might be in a good advantage because of how VVV Conquerors perform for this Blackout map.
Yeah, but you know, I don't really want to see these 2 teams take each other on so early. Hopefully they kind of get the message that they are going to be busy at this spot. And as you can see, Conquerors, as they went in for the quick hack on behalf, Sacred on behalf of the Conquerors, the rest of NRX 432 has already doubled back out of this compound. I like that sort of a movement coming through from them. On dog tag from afar, but it doesn't seem to be from the players of NRX 432, so it's all good. ABC Mystic, on the other hand, they continue to force their way into Factory, and Royals, they might just bite the end of the stick, which is a little bit shorter here. Royal Kings, they've got the lower ground, no high ground advantage. Chopper might be taken away by ABC just to reposition it a little bit later on. This stick is going to be the play here, and for LMG in hand, the PPSH will be a good gun to play in those close range combat engagements, but for the time being, no information yet on the side of ABC Mystic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that the challenge for ABC Mystic at this construction site really is not that much, because otherwise they might have taken a state as their drop points. But as the Royal Kings closes in, it is more of what they've learned from the previous round as they challenged ABC Mystic earlier on. And I think this is what they learned. They need to get away because they heard the footsteps of the Alibaba Clan Mystic. But this time, Windsor putting up another show with that Jackal. And earlier, if I'm not mistaken, he got 3 kills. So this is a chance for him to really show us that, yes, we can use the Jackal well, and we can also convert into kills. Winter putting a damage against Mamart right now, and it's more of closing it out.
Wonderful.
And there you have it, AJ.
Yeah, beautiful takedown by Winter. The Jackal so much more easier to control. Sharper turns this time around. Allows Winter to get that knock as well as follow it up with a kill. Spots that vehicle as well. The dog tag pickup, CB1 trying to focus in for it, but not under the watchful eyes of Winter. He's just circling around with the Jackal. Spots out the players of NRX 432 as well. Clyde manages to sneak away, but Winter gets a quick tag on him as well. Fantastic showing so far by the NASA Vanguard squad.
A lot more kills in there from Winter. He might be announced the best pilot of the Jackal in this game. A lot more is expected for them, so just bring it on. And hopefully they don't let it go that easily. And this is yet another team showing us another Jackal gameplay similar to what we've seen from the Vitas from the first group. But this time, they have more information in here. Vagabond's Nomads has been sighted in firing range. And actually, this is a good view for us. We are getting information as to where the teams are without looking at the map. But I think the challenge is on because FJ is onto him and get away. And that extra boost, Winter just gets away unfazed. Not that much damage on this Jackal.
The question is there another Jackal for him to swap out on, because this Jackal's running out of juice already, fully smoked up. Just another FHJ hit can be the death of him, and he just needs to play this ultra carefully moving forward. The players of Academy of Brothers, on the other hand, having a little bit of trouble jumping out of the window, just like the Mustachio sometimes.
This guy,
but I understand.
A is not a sneaky guy. Like, he's not the one who sneaks around, jump out the window in real life. So probably that's one reason.
I guess, man. We're just terrible at jumping out of windows. You know, we usually use the front door, right? We are honest people. He's having a little bit of trouble sneaking around. I agree with you, man. Alps just manages to cruise along, and Academy of Brothers, they don't eat anyone up just yet, but you know, I prefer them to play things slow. They aren't really the most aggressive team out there on the battlefield. But the Conquerors, on the other hand, fine ABC Ozai. Anonymous looks like they'll struggle a little bit more as well. AXP Lexus takes down Joko from the side of NRX 432, and Joko seems to have been put out of the commission. The dog tag's still available, so nothing much to shout about just yet. But Keys being taken out, that's something to shout about. Fiji out of nowhere. NRX 432 in a lot of trouble now.
Yeah, NRX 432 really needs to recover from that point, but Blank right now in here, just long shots from that door the moment that opened up, and they were able to take down CMT in the process. Now, aggression right now is starting off for the Conquerors, and I think it will recover, or it will show a little bit more as they see a lot more teams in here, and we're seeing not far the dog tags of NRX 432, so I think the battle is not too far as well. We'll have to see as to how that's ended, because no teams has been eliminated just yet, though 4 soldiers has been taken down. Deb, on the other hand, taking down the wind. Hangin will be out, and Vagabond's Nomads this time taking down Pixie, and AXP KRATOS right now losing 1 member.
Let's see what they can do, because the recovery is still possible. Time's not over just yet. Dog tags available on the battlefield. It's all about maneuvering around, picking them up, scanning your boys through, and moving on with the day. Conquerors zooming around. Motorcycle as well as the sports car on their side. The muscle car will be able to give them a lot of speed, but so does the motorcycle. And as we spot Vagabond's Nomads, Ryujin is going to town with Pixie. As you're on the ground, though, Vagabond's Nomads just need to be a little careful now with the kind of engagement that they go on and pick up, because Almighty Prime on the way for that backstab.
Yeah, and we have Vagabond's Nomads as well as Almighty Prime just targeting that airdrop in here. But Chase made a mistake of crossing that in middle of that bridge. Really is a very difficult position, especially as you have one trying to shoot them down from the other side. Virus right now just quit that chase and just focus on taking this airdrop. But in the middle of the water right now, Trey almost spotted, and as well as Pogs right now putting in a little bit of pressure pressure for the rest of the team of Almighty Prime. No one has taken that airdrop just yet because of the pressure, but this time I think Gavarus was able to do so, and with that quick escape with that rewind class will get an advantage with this airdrop.
Yeah, this is the Almighty Prime versus Vagabonds Nomads action that I was expecting to see eventually, because it will show exactly who is the one with the better third eye. And it looks like it's Virus, man. It doesn't matter if people are underwater. It seems to be so difficult for the rest of the teams to spot whenever people are underwater. But for Vagabond squad, it doesn't matter at all. It's easy peasy lemon squeezy, Neptune.
Yeah, being squeezed in there, and hopefully juice will be one thing that they will get and not a different thing. And there you go, we have a Virus right now, and Chibi was already crossed on the other side. The flank might be happening from Almighty, but Virus might have his eyes on him as well. Claudie being tried shot down, but for the distance, not much of damage will be done. And as we see from our kill feed, an FHJ takedown has been done by Negi, but he has returned. He has been taken down as well by Burn, and burned by HG in there with that Jack. Now, we'll see continuation of this battle, but I think they peeled off already. Almighty Prime has given up on that airdrop because of the challenge that has been brought in by Vagabonds Nomads. But the rotation in here for this team will be a little bit delayed. They need to wait for a few more seconds, because as the next safe zone will be closing, they will be seeing the next phase, and that is where they need to get good location.
Yeah, let's see exactly what sort of location they find for themselves here. High ground advantage for Almighty Prime. They disengage with Vagabonds Nomads. Good decision coming through. Nomads are pretty dangerous when they are in the third eye mode. And Almighty Prime wants nothing to do with them. As they slide away towards the very other end, they should be able to find a couple of other squads, but it's all in the clear for Almighty Prime. They seem to be fully looted up already with one weakness, Neptune. Chip upgrade terminal. This hasn't been a place where they've hit just yet.
Yeah, they missed that objective. That is one of the prime objective, really, that the team needs to get, apart from taking all those loadouts and the green drops as well. So they will not have that much use of the full capacity of the class that they've taken. Hopefully they'll be able to get that, probably not from the upgrade terminals, but also for the teams that they will be taken out in this game. Hanteezy, on the other hand, getting sides of a different team. This is NASA on their sides, but they're taking a while to go for the rotation, and probably this is a part of the plan, because they don't want to be stuck in the middle of everyone, and they want to go into the edge and wait for the safe zone to close. So we'll see how will this work for them, and a little bit of exchange in here of those mods, and they are on their way.
And on the way to take one more downwind, 3 slays so far from the NASA squad. And NASA Vanguard looking to get another win, who's found himself a brand new Jackal to play around with. One team tagging up his NASA squad, and Winter tries to go in for the save. Lucon takes out 4 Gs. And that's a save here for the players of NASA Vanguard. Lucky enough, they survived that encounter. All 4 team members still alive and kicking. These are the open grounds that they play around with, which is going to be super risky now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're on open ground. They're not even on high ground right now. And even with Winter on the backup in there giving them the information, just in case one will be able to slip through and get a snipe on them, they will be taken down and out. But unfortunate for HGE, I think they were delayed in moving into the safe zone and start dying one at a time. But no one's dying just yet in here for the side of Vagabonds and Nomads, because they are putting in the slay. And regardless of where you go, what corner you hide, Esther and the rest of Vagabonds Nomads will spot you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. The third eye of Vagabonds Nomads in full action. They know exactly where to go, exactly where to find you. That's the kind of experience you have in Call of Duty Mobile. When you've played thousands and thousands and thousands of rounds, you know exactly where to expect your opponents. Ryujin has no issues whatsoever. Finds Hangin, turns around, smokes all in there, tries to tag around those players blindly, finds absolutely nothing, and repositions. Vagabonds Nomads as fearsome as ever. Only 7 kills so far. They are not happy with that. They want a little bit more Neptune. Ryujin has managed to find the dog tag of Esir, and in a little bit, Vagabond's Nomads will be right back in here with a full squad.
Yeah, and looking at the history, it's kills really. That is where Vagabond's Nomads are doing well, and this is what they're doing right now. Even from previous season, they don't care that much on the placement. It's more of how many slays can they put into. But with this performance right now, not so much on the kills. I think they're putting in a little bit more of effort, and what other more can they use to get a lot of kills? That is what we're going to see right now. Almighty, on the other hand, 2 kills in this game, and we're up to the 3rd phase, going to the 4th. Not so much for this team. They're a little bit careful in their approach and trying to get away and any chances that they have if they meet a team, and not really putting in a lot of aggression at this point. There's no more waiting. There's no more high ground that they're using. They just move in a little bit to a safer distance and then try to slace them. But this time with Dre, I think his aim is off just a little bit to make those damage.
Yeah, but it's just going to take a little while more before he finds his accuracy. And sometimes, you just have those days, Nep, where your crosshair is just a little bit slower than your opponent. But maybe, just maybe, he will find a little bit of the momentum a little bit later on. Almighty Prime right back in this fight as they disengage with CB1. T.E.A.M. going to be very happy with the fact that they are getting away. 4 Kings Instant, on the other hand, gets knocked down by Pixie. And this is going to be, once again, a challenge for the 4 Kings to find some sort of a recovery from.
Yeah, I need to really bring back, because earlier we've seen a lot of knockdowns already against the 4 Kings, and we're still not sure as to how many are surviving for this team, because this is the last chance for them as they go into the 4th phase. It will be no more dog tags for them at the next one. So this is where we see CB1 right now trying to chase down Almighty, but on the other side, Negi will be dying down from that kill feed. But G's, 4 G's, taking down K's from the NRX 432, going for the scan, sighting 4 in there, and I think Jokok and the rest of the teams will be firing back, and there you go, Clyde, taking down 4 G's in there.
Yeah, Clyde, perfect response as he manages to find a little bit of revenge play. T.E.A.M. from afar, M21, Tito, that bullet drop, it's not going to help you out too much at all. Can you catch Chase? Too much of a kickback from the gun. That recoil forces T.E.A.M. to back away, and therefore he catches up with the rest of the players of CB1. Nobody else in this small compound to play around with. They will be safe for the next circle, but 44 players still remaining in here. That's too big of a crowd. ABC Mystic just trying to hold on to the very edge of the circle. That's a risky play. 50 seconds to go before that circle closes on in, and Fright just beside him. Rogue is in a lot of trouble alongside his brothers.
Yeah, definitely. With a lot of teams in here, especially with the water in there, it's very difficult for them to move around. Mobility will be a little bit lost, but they have the advantage, especially with Cal just waiting for anyone who drop. And the gatekeeping is a good opportunity for them, especially with the position that they have. They have an opportunity to take down AXP Kratos as well as AOB, but from behind them, they also have NASA and NRX 432. So it is a double-edged sword right now for the tactics being played by ABC Mystic. Hopefully they can pull this off with not that much damage against them.
And Ninji managing to get away, although Mystic has quite a good aim here through Rogue. A as well spotted, but Rogue just doesn't seem to find any kills at all for himself. On the other side, we still do have a lot of opponents for the players of ABC Mystic. It's all going to be about how you traverse across the body of water. Fright all alone now inside of that boat. And as he tries to find a little bit of ingress into a safer spot for himself, he's just all surrounded. ABC Mystic doesn't really need to travel all that too much. I wonder where the next center of circle will appear. And Alibaba Clan, and we were talking about how ABC Anonymous needs to step things up, or they should stay anonymous. They are stepping it up, Neptune.
Yeah, they need to step up right now. HanTZ have prime location to go in for kill against NG, and Jello in there will it's Alex in there being stolen against the brothers. So not quite sure how the conversation will that be later on, but 1 kill for them will be great. ABC Mystic and ABC Anonymous putting a lot of pressure against the team. but this time Cal might be sighted, and Hanteezy right now still getting perfect shot. But this is one thing about the M21 EBR. If you don't have one man standing still, you can't really spam those shots against them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, a good movement coming through from the player on the side of ABC Mistake as well. And just continuously slipping and sliding and hopping and making sure whoever holds onto that. Hey, my lord! It looks like Chalop doesn't have much of an issue at all. Ryujin taken out of the equation. Vagabond Nomads now being tagged left, right, center. Virus, all retaliation from the back. Who's the one shooting him? Chalop doesn't know, but he recovers a little bit of his armor. Advanced armor on for the play. Fright right down below. Chalop doesn't have to worry about much because he has got his team member in here for the backup. Hops on in to take a swim, whereas Cal gives him that backup that he most definitely deserves. Fright, very sneaky play. Swims under Cal. Totally not spotted. And Cal has no information to play with whatsoever. Hanzi manages to go in for the quick tag behind him, and Cal repositions instantaneously. Chillop from the back. Fright still alive. This is just a crazy play as Fright takes down Cal. Fright now swims away. Chillop for the shot, and then Odin just cannot get close to him enough. Fright shut down, and 4 Kings are out.
4 Kings are out right now. We're down to 7 teams, and AVZ Anonymous right now still with 3 members. But the safe zone will be closing in on them, and it's a good thing it's not that much of water in this side. As a smoke bomber, he sees NG, Jello, and Treb right now. But Treb will be able to get away, but not so much. Will be taken down, stolen by Esther from Vagabond Nomads, but the fire back by Hansi, and there will not work. And there goes AVZ Anonymous being taken down, and here 3 teams remain, and the Conquerors conquering them from afar.
Yeah, Conquerors now trying to take that long-range engagement, but they're doing it perfectly well. NRX 432 Halo running around in circles, but finally gets shut down by Sekre. Now they try to fish out the final player. Can they find him? He's just in the middle, staying hidden away from all of their watchful eyes, but they do manage to spot him. NASA Winter up top. He will give his life away to the circle. As that little bird flew around outside on that jackal for so long, Winter takes himself out, and Conquerors take the win.
Winter is coming and going and giving the points, or not really giving a points against the Conquerors, but it's a good thing the Conquerors taking their second win for today. And there's a comeback for them, especially with the performance that they have from the previous round. And hopefully we'll see more of that from this team. Team Dow Conquerors in here. Win number 2 on round number 5.
Yeah, and you know, very soon we're going to start banning out teams that don't show their in-game screen to this camera right after taking their win. I mean, yep, all of those shoutouts can come through a little bit later on. Yeah, your girlfriends can be proud of you, but you got to follow the rules of the competition first. But Conquerors, at the end of the day, managed to conquer this particular lobby very, very well. A total of 15 kills alongside 10 placement points gives them 25 to potentially pick up that number 1 spot again. But the 4 Kings, the question is, where were they? Taken on in the 8th spot with only 2 kills coming through from Fright. The rest of the team got taken out prematurely, which means they lose a lot of their placements. Almighty Prime nowhere in the top 9 as well. And let's take a look at Vagabond's Nomads. Oh my lord, Vagabond's Nomads. Remember what we talked about, the sneaky plays of Vagabond's Nomads, staying hidden away from that number 1 spot, but just slaying in the background and then allowing themselves to get taken out prematurely. Very, very sneaky. 10 kills, no, 16 overall from the team with 4 points out of the placement. Wait, this is the 5th spot. So 3 points out of the placement. That's a massive number of picking in just this round alone, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, we'll have to see if they will continue that. Probably they will change their mind and probably get that number 1 spot. But how long and how late, now it will be decided by the next round. NOOBDLES Gaming FEROX this time, where they were able to take a 6th spot and 3 points. Their name, not so much, but a good stride for them to really bring their team a little bit higher, because so far from the previous rundown, we have them at the bottom, if not close to the bottom of that leaderboard. ABC Anonymous right now placing 4th place this time, and this is one thing that we asked for, not really staying that anonymous, and they need to get either kills or placement, and they're doing that just there.
Yeah, and as we go down slightly on the overall leaderboards, ABC Mistake, no matter how much they brought into this fight, they couldn't really find that final fight. It was Fright that kind of put the slight end to them first by taking Cal out of the equation. And I believe it was Chilup who was the final guy standing. And from the back, he just got backstabbed. Cal, didn't really manage to stand much of a chance against Fright. And so did the rest of the players of ABC Mistake. They got taken down one after the other. But in terms of the players of Four Kings being taken out of the equation earlier, Instinct, Negi, and Kyun, that was a little bit of a surprise for me, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, though we didn't see much of them in the battlefield, we saw them so many times being taken down. If I'm not mistaken, the first instance that we saw is SMRS takedown against Negi. And at some point, if you have been taken down in that, disappointing matter, I would say, SMRS being taken down SMRS and then out of that game, it throws off a little bit of your gameplay as well as the positioning, because from what we've seen in the before the end of that safe zone, there's a little bit of water in between them and their movement will be hampered, especially with that water area, who might slow them down in decision of crossing RNG. You don't know where you will need to cross to get to the final stretch.
Yeah, and in terms of the final stretch, the players of CB1 try to play that to their best, but Brian and Mahmoud could only check out 3 kills overall for the team. Tito, I guess his knee and back hurt a little bit too much carrying the squad a little bit earlier on. Couldn't really get much out from this round. Almighty Prime, premature shutdown, 10th spot, only 3 kills for the team, and that will be the only 3 points they get out of this. Royal Kings pick 1 up. Once again, they started off hot and then fizzled out. The Academy of Brothers, on the other hand, wrapped things up with just 3 points in this round. Down towards the bottom, we see a little bit of a step up coming here from AXP KRATOS, managing to find 5 slays, but no placement points, of course. And I did skip over Team 11 here, NICAEA Kings, who managed to get only 2 kill points for themselves. And HGE D11 KRATOS with a total of 3 kills in that 15th place. Once again, from the 9th spot onwards, you have 0 placement points. So they all are depending purely on the kills here. And if we scroll down just a little bit more, we will see exactly who was the very first black sheep that got taken out of the equation. And I'm just quite curious whether they had any kills on their side.
Yeah, I mean, mostly for the first team, it's even only 1 or 2 kills in there. But we'll have yet to see. But the way I'm looking at it with how HGE KRATOS is doing, it's very low on placement most of the time. And it's only most of the kills that they are doing at this point. And with this gameplay, it's, I would say, a little bit risky, but they are making it do standing. They might be in the middle in there, slowly creeping into the top. So not quite sure what would be the end game for HGE D11 KRATOS at this point. But with this consistency, I'm good with that. Taking a number of kills earlier on and then later on studying the gameplay so that you can understand the best placement for you and then you can get more of those kills. But the team who is really putting out a lot of that is AXP KRATOS, because as you can see, even a 14th spot, 5 kills as well compared to their AXP brothers, which is 3 kills. So kills really matter at this point, especially when you're at the bottom of the pack.
Oh yeah, and that's something I most definitely agree with, right? But you got to find a way into that final circle. But even if you do find your way into the final circle, the question is going to be, can you slay out the Supreme teams who make it there as well? Because the fight just gets harder and harder and harder as you traverse towards the end of the game. And so far, AXP, KRATOS, as well as Mercenaries, they've shown us that they can take a few kills, but can they now start taking a few wins for themselves as well? Because the Mercenaries, they were dead last the last time we checked in, and even in this round, they are dead last. So the hope for this team seems to be fizzling out little by little as we traverse through the rounds here, Neptune.
Yeah, hopefully they will turn it around. Today might be a little bit mid to ask because they're only left with 1 game for this day. But for tomorrow, a lot more. No one needs to sleep that early They need to study the gameplay, have a meeting, discuss any mistakes, any mishaps that they have, if there are any miscommunication, as well as instances wherein you know how at some point emotional breakdown happens when a game, especially if you're pressured with enemies, also with how you place previous rounds. So hopefully that will be worked on, and I'm looking forward to more of like mature growth by some of the teams, especially for the young members of the teams out here who is just joining this Garena Survivors for the very first time.
Yeah, and towards the very end, Winter just gave his life away to the cold blue circle that always approaches. Winter was coming, but in this case, Winter just left the scene and gave the win away to the Conquerors. It's not like, he would have been able to do much even if he did stay alive, because the Conquerors just had the numbers to shut him down either way. And the Conquerors have been so consistent throughout the whole day now, Neptune. Consistent enough to take that #1 spot right back.
Yeah, and taking the #1 spot, really, because consistency is one of the factors to bring you a championship for your team. So hopefully this continues on for the Conquerors. Otherwise, other teams might take over that #1 spot, not really taking a win. Probably just the kills. And that is the name of Vagabond's Nomads that we are seeing getting a lot of kills in this game. If I'm not mistaken, the top fraggers in this day.
Yeah, most number of kills so far, 57 slays, and they're always hidden away from that #1 spot. In fact, with their third eye open, they don't need the #1 spot, because you can really depend on just your slays all throughout, right? Instead of getting into that final circle and trying to battle it out as much as possible, all they need to do is just maintain this consistency, and they should be able to fight their way all the way to the top in the most craziest of fashion, just through those skill points. But let's take a quick short break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's been quite a long day. When we come back, the final round of day 1 semis for Group B.
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
うわ、楽しみ。
行くわよ。手を貸せ。
あれは何なんだ。
こいつもポストヒューマンなのか。トゲさん。
何やってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しましたこれでも食らえ注意移動中です遅いそうささやくのよ私のゴーストは
立駒援護しろ。
もっと上手にできてるよね
その調子だ立駒。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょバトさんは分かってるな
本当のことだ。
アーバントラッカー会いたかったよ
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った行くわよ
うわ楽しみ
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Garena Survivors Season 2, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. I'm the Mustachio AJ down here with the one and only Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, the voices that will guide you all the way to the grand finals of Garena Survivors Season 2. Today, we are now at the edge of the final battle at Blackout. And so far, it's just been a fierce fight for the top. We are talking about teams like Dow Conquerors, Vagabonds, Nomads, Four Kings Aces, as well as Almighty Prime. Consistently, round after round, switching up exactly who holds on to that #1 spot, Neptune.
Exactly, and this is what we really love about competition, and this really shows that it's a competition because everyone wants to climb up on the top and wants to grab the top spot, and this really makes it a little bit more exciting compared to one team only dominating it all throughout. So we're looking forward to a lot more in here, and probably a different team taking that win for this last round, AJ.
And hopefully it is a different team, right? Because all the time now, it has just been these guys who are up and about each other's business. But let's see if or not we can find someone conquering out that final round, potentially even the conquerors themselves, right? Because we did talk about how subdued they were in that first round of Blackout, but they made their supreme comeback instantaneously. So I'm quite curious to see if or not they can go back-to-back with this. But speaking of going back-to-back, I expected the Four Kings to go back-to-back in terms of victories as well, because they did rise up quite well. But, you know, a bout of inconsistency coming through from this team as well, which is quite surprising, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, probably it's the location as well as rotation that they have earlier on. But since we didn't see that much of the Four Kings in there, it's still a question mark as to how and why they have been taken down. So hopefully this is a different story for them, and RNG gods will be favoring more of the land and none of the water, so that we'll have a clear view as to where the rotations will be, as well as where the drop points from drop points to last stretch will bring these teams, AJ.
And, you know, in terms of the final drop, I highly doubt that the teams would have been able to do enough research and for sure be able to avoid each other. But I am curious to see exactly how the leaderboard has been stacked up now. And, you know, that'll give us a short visual as to, or a short premonition as to who's going to be hustling the hardest out there. For all I know, in terms of pressure, the Four Kings Aces and Almighty Prime, they've equaled out each other. 38 slays, 38 kills apiece. And, oh, Almighty Prime is actually at 34. So the Four Kings Aces just doing slightly better than them. But overall, we do expect them to overtake the leaderboard later on in terms of the promise that they bring into the competition, because at the end of the day, they're one of two teams that has been able to win out 2 rounds. The Dow Conquerors from Many Very Vici are the other one, and they seem to be slightly more proficient at doing that, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely, and they really need to be proficient in doing that. Otherwise, they might be pushed down a little bit more in this. But looking at the points that we have right now, if the Nomads continue on and probably get a good placement point in here, it's very, very little chance for some of the teams to recover, because with the number of slates that they have so far, especially for each round in this blackout map, all they need right now is a good number of placement to really concrete themselves in there. Probably take out Conquerors if they can early into this match. But as we go down in this list, we have AXP KRATOS as well as NRX 432, wherein they started the day not so much on the performance, but I'm not quite sure if it's challenge coming from us, but it is probably as well as the fans out there trying to cheer them on, and also the clanmates that are giving them a lot of motivation to really improve on the gameplay. And improve they did this time. They're in 5th and 6th place, and another team, ABC Mystic, who has been consistent in here, still on the left side of our teams, are ABC 34 kills in there. 24 kills in there, and a good placement for this team. So continuing on from the progress that we've seen from ABC Mystic from the previous season, I believe a lot more can be put into play by the next day.
I absolutely agree, right? In terms of a lot more that they can bring on the next day, especially after the homework is done. But if anybody needs to do their homework, it's Wagner TV, calling the Mustachio Tito. I'm your Kuya, not your Tito. I'm not that old yet, all right? Well, come down to the Philippines and whoop him.
You can call me Tito. I mean, I know I'm old. I admit that I'm old. But AJ, you call him Kuya, okay?
Even I call Neptune Tito, okay? Okay, not that old. Not that old, not that old. But towards the very bottom, if you look at the leaderboard, Nobles Gaming and Academy of Brothers Main, we look for consistency. They've been consistently bad on day number 1. I want to see that improvement from these two teams. I want to see how much of an improvement they can bring overall. Perhaps not in day 1, but hopefully in day 2. But if they can do it in day 1 in itself, I'll be super proud of them, man, because so far they've been having a really tough time out there, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And for those teams who are really getting a tough time in this competition, yes, this might be the last round. You can turn it around in here, but this is just the first day. And regardless of that, we still have 2 more days to study, as well as to apply all the studies that you can do and put it in your favor to bring yourselves up to the top 8. The target is not to be on that number 1 just yet. It's just to reach a top 8 and bring yourselves to the grand finals. Now, after the semifinals, that's where you put in a little bit more effort, because once you jump into the grand finals, it won't be that easy.
And in terms of making things look easy, AXP is just going to town with their opponents out there. Early drop Royal Kings. They forced the issue against ABC Mystic. And it's just a little bit too slow, but Rogue will be able to catch out Matt. Alex trades due out. Fantastic trades coming through back-to-back here by the Royal Kings as well as ABC Mystic. But Dream now finds one. Has got the wrong gun to bring on in here. BY15 turns around. Way too quick for Alex to respond. BY15 actually grabs the win.
Just imagine you have both shotguns in there. You have a Jack and a BY15. You started off with a BY15. Jack didn't work. Bring it back to the other one, and then one hit gets them down. Now, still have to see. We have ABC Mystic right now, though Dream has been turned into dog tags. We still have a Deb right now that will be a problem, but missed in there by Chelop. So what I can say is a Dream, a Deb as well as Ice will need to get a little bit of distance outside of this construction site. But with that site, good cover with the smokes right now. And we'll have to see Elevator, not really good choice for you. And there you go, trying to get away. And I think get away you did, or probably not. Eliminated already in this game, AJ.
Yeah, Royal Kings, they have to figure out that, this drop spot just isn't meant for them. They have to back away. ABC Mystic, I believe, have truly claimed Factory to be their own, and they have shown clear dominance at this spot. And not once, not twice, but 3 times now, the Royal Kings have challenged them, only to find out that they really have got nothing against the players of ABC Mystic. So it's high time they look for a different drop spot here, Neptune. But obviously, this is the final round of Blackout. There's no way of finding another drop here in today. Tomorrow will be the day. And if still they don't figure it out by looking for a new drop spot, I'm going to be a little bit more harder on them in the comments.
Yeah, well, that's one thing. We can, like what I said, just in case they're a little bit lost, I am gathering the data and getting those spots so they can send me a message and ask right away. Ask and you shall receive. That is what we usually do. We ask the players as well and we receive results. So why not give it back to them?
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the information's there to be shared out. I mean, there's nothing that we can do with the information. It's not like we are hopping into battle and shooting them for any reasons whatsoever. We're just trying to figure out exactly why do some teams not visit some of those compounds that just truly has no visitors. We reduced 25 teams to 16 so that we will see fewer of these early engagements so that we can have more strategic combat later down the line towards that final circle. But most of the teams just want to bash their heads in as quickly as possible, as early as possible, looking for kill points. And if you're like the Royal Kings and if you repeat one thing over and over again, but you still seem to be getting wiped out over and over again, you then need to start thinking, all right, is this time to change our strategies up? Now, I'll give you the answer for that. Yes, it's time to change your strategy up.
Yeah, I mean, even from the previous season, if I'm not mistaken, they're the ones who keep challenging teams on Nuketown when that was still Nuketown, and before it was changed to New Vision City. So at some point, yes, they succeed. At some point, most of the time they failed, and that is one reason why they barely made it to the grand finals. But this time, hopefully, they make that adjustments already. But on the other side, Maui in there going for the kill, but unfortunately, Iho taking down Alves in this fight. So the split is not working really for HGE, and the return of fire right now. Oh my goodness, Maui in there, M21 EBR. I guess this distance that they need to get the kills from that gun.
Switchblade not really making its impact in the current meta. Haven't really seen a lot of those players try to use it just yet. I mean, some have in the past truly failed. Let's see what Niana has got in store for us. AK-47 PPSH on the combo. Crayon practice 1. PPSH, close quarters combat, a little bit better. And from this part of a distance, M21 EBR really will hurt if it can find its accuracy to mark in through those crosshairs. One guy turned into a dog tag already. That's going to be Elbs. Crayon is trying to shoot down a chopper. Maybe not, sir. One quick cluster will be popped out. Finds nobody. Crayon hops on off. This is a very aggressive push coming through, but he takes the second floor, which is actually a good play because that's where the dog tag is. Crayon scans, the one and only Alps rides back, and it seems like HGE has equalized the pressure that the players from the side of Academy of Brothers brought on earlier.
Yeah, HGE having a good plan right now. Crayons in there getting the information as the footsteps, and then the rest of the teams has covered the perimeter just to make sure that they will not be gone down in there from the side. And this time, with that escape from the side, they didn't do that much of damage against AOB, and they are pulling back. Probably it's because Team H right now will be moving in from behind them, and they don't want to be pinched that easily by CB1 main. Now, but CB1 main has already left the building, and another contender will be moving in. It's 4 Kings Aces, but no, it's just passing by, and the battle continues. AOB and HGE is back in fight.
Oh, this fight is starting to become a little bit boring for me already, man. I'm falling asleep. I mean, somebody engage. Even the circle's sick and tired of it. The circle's like, can you guys hurry it up? I need to go. SMRS knock does not appear on his side. Pulls it out again to force the issue. That's not a way to waste your SMRS shots, but the saving grace here is he has got 18 more in his caliber, in his pocket, and he can abuse it as much as he wants. Trap all taken out of the equation. BBSH on the side of of AOB Aihu, the perfect rate of fire to take this close quarters combat. But the rest of the players of HGE, they've disappeared off to the top floor already, suckering in Aihu. Aihu finds nobody just yet. One tag coming through, and Aihu makes his way up to the top. But the next building is where the players have already evacuated to. And the players of Academy of Brothers are stuck because they just do not know how to circle around.
Yeah, I think the main objective is in there to get that dog tag. And if I remember correctly, they also have a rally car from those side. It was parked in there, no, not intentionally, but they have that in idea. So this time, I think HGE will be left behind on that area, especially as the scan has been done. And, well, we'll have to see as to where they will locate. NASA right now, still Winter in there. One slay already for the whole team and only made by Winter using this Jackal. So a lot more promise being seen for NASA Winter. And, well, this will not just be a pilot, AJ. This will be an astronaut real soon.
Let's see exactly what this pilot can pull off. One tag. Definitely take a ride.
Yeah, and we have Winter still flying around and in and out of safe zone. I think that is the one thing that really gets him to avoid a lot of those gunshots, especially with the FHJ being utilized by the other teams to take him down. Moving in, we have the Conquerors right now. Not so slow this time. They already have 4 kills to their name, and in exchange, Ainra will be picked up as a dog tag and scanned, but they need to wait for Ainra to get back into play for them to plan out their approach for the next phase. But this time, 37 seconds remain before the phase shows. And the Conquerors right now, if I'm not mistaken, in the middle of this previous zone, they need to make their move towards the edge, because with the open ground that we are seeing in front of them, they might be the next target of yet a different team.
Yeah, Conquerors now slowly moving on in. Dog tags spewed all around. Conquerors potentially one of those who contributed to creating those dog tags. Vagabond's Nomads, on the other hand, FHJ pulled out, spots no vehicles in front of him. S here is just using Mother Nature as a little bit of cover. Pox joins him as well. They take on the players of ABC Mystic. The Alabama Khan Mystic has been quite phenomenal so far. Chalop cannot shoot through the tree, but he tries either way, forcing them out of their hiding. Rogue drives on around cheekily, but there's an FHJ on the side of Vagabond's Nomads. That might just be the end to Rogue.
Yeah, I'll have to see if FHJ will be useful for the hands of Virus or probably Esser in there, what we've seen earlier. But I think it's more of a distraction, just to make sure that ABC will have a little bit of a distance against them while they make a do. And that vehicle being taken by Rogue right now can also serve as a getaway later on. But Esser right there, really making do of that FHJ with the use of Pogs and cleaning up the fight. Oh, another kill by Winter against Pixie right here. And if I'm not mistaken, if that is confirmed, 2 kills already for Winter. So the Jackal gameplay really is working for them, AJ.
Yeah, and most definitely works to its perfection. And the way they use it is just solid. But now, Nomads leaving the players of ABC Mystic high and dry. Do they have a vehicle to work around with? I believe earlier on we did see them with the muscle car. And, you know, you can fit all 4 players in there and maneuver around. So in terms of avoiding the damage from that circle, that's not going to be too much of a problem at all. But NRX 432, Halo, avoiding Fright's vision as he just sneaks around, muscle car in hand. Smoke bomb will be popped very interestingly, and he gets knocked sky high, Clyde.
Oh my God.
And then tagged up as well, but has got the snowboard to get away. Smart plays, recovers his armor as well at the very same time. This fantastic defense by Clyde.
Yeah, I believe the smoke is intended for airdrop that is in there, but with the mistake of being hit by the car by his teammates, being brought for a little bit too far, so not quite sure how Clyde will get the arsenal on him, and 4 Kings is on their heels. But the getaway has been done, and the 4 Kings right now, tank is in play. If I'm reading this correctly, 2 members have a tank on them, or probably separate tags for 2 members. So we'll have to find out. Got into the tank. Kyun is in here, and another one. There you go. Dual tank gameplay, AJ. This will be exciting.
Most definitely 4 Kings Trying something different here. Let's see what they can pull off. Shots from Fright, not frightening anyone just yet. Jackal in the air as well. This is the beauty of CODM Battle Royale that we have been anticipating for a long, long time now. Looks like a real war out there, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, tanks, they have jackals in there on the flight, and no one is getting away without a vehicle in play. And this is what we've asked. And I think they heard us from the previous round, and they want to show us they can do it. Like, Four Kings really are showmen, not only showmen, but they can fight back. But this time, we'll have to see how much damage can they put with the tanks in use. And this time, advantage of the airdrop on them. So, a lot more firepower for this team. But firepower will not be enough if they cannot position themselves against the enemy and they don't have the high grounds. Compared to the teams who have the high ground, which is Vagabonds, NOMADS, as well as NOOBDLES Gaming, they might be the next target once the battle is over on this top. Now, Negi in there taking the kill against Luraj. And there goes another hit by Instinct against Mamard. Now, Negi doing a great job in there, taking kills after kills with that tank.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Luraj, not too shabby himself, but everybody's just teabagging the ground at the moment. Muscle cars, even the tank going in for it. That's exactly what the Four Kings have is they're all hop out of the tank. They want to shut down ABC Mystic, and I believe Fright has got a great opportunity in here. He plays that rewind, smokes up the spot as well. Instinct is the smoke bomber. Fantastic attack against Void. NASA Winter drops by, dropping and taking 60 out of the equation. That's a good hit. And NASA, they are still up in the air. NASA Vanguard, a huge threat in this final circle as it approaches.
Yeah, and I really love how they know buildings like this, because once you get the smokes up, you really don't have visuals as to where you need to go up on the stairs as well as in the room. But if you are familiar on how to work around on this area, then you can do that very, very easily. And it's not easy for the side of the Trevor right now, going in for the challenge as the Rewind class. They will be able to get away, but with the visual being given to the Four Kings, I think the rush is just waiting in there, and no questions, Instinct, Ultra Instinct in play.
Yeah, Trevor just got suckered out of that spot, man. I mean, it was Fright who ran straight towards him and then ran towards the left-hand side of the boulder, hit the rewind. Trevor thought he was going to find him on the other side. Instead, he doesn't, continued running on straight, and the rest of his team members take him out of the equation. Fantastic setup by the Four Kings. They're going for the win, but they need to get through 18 other players out there on the battlefield. Make that a little bit more as the revival flight brings in a couple of more players right back into action, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. We have 9 teams alive, 31 soldiers playing, and on the other side we're seeing, when we thought ABC Mystic is already down and out, they are still in play, but to how much longer, we'll see. Clyde taking down one of the members, and we'll see if the 9 teams contains a little bit more of ABC Mystic. There goes Aira being taken down, and Niana right now, there's no dancing for the Niana at this point. They need to move out. They need to move together as the Academy of Brothers needs to go in for these kills. And kills and hits being done by A, but missing that with a rewind. The sights in there as he reloads and will still try, but the tree is just in front of him.
Thankfully, A manages to avoid getting his armor fully broken. Add 14 more HP on his armor. Recovers behind the edge of that hill. Kyun shuts down Brian's. Four Kings still going out there for the slice. ABC Mystic making good work out of this small building that they can find. It's just a duo left on their side now. Chalup as well as Dream. Playing the Dream for the side of MYSG. Can they make it all the way to the top? Can they take that #1 spot? The Conquerors are still alive. Mama taken out of the equation. This is not gonna be an easy circle in a few seconds, Neptune.
Yeah, as we can see, Chalup right now is here revealing the location in here against Vagabonds Nomads. And that's one thing that you don't want to do once you see a Vagabonds Nomads. You really want to hide out, double walls if needed. And there goes one being taken out. Now left to the Dream in here with a lot of teams surrounding him. All he can do is hide out, probably wait for the perfect moment, but there's no waiting anymore. Safe zone will be the death of him if Dream doesn't move.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to overstay his welcome. All the players of NRX 432 just beside him. He can't really do much, but with the snowboard down the hill, he has got that speed boost, but straight into the hands of Vagabonds, Nomads, potentially Pogs, Virus, Esir all together, and Dream manages to get towards the center of that circle, straight into the hands of NASA or the players of Academy of Brothers. Then Dream doesn't want to stop by to see anyone out there. He's just going to continue circling around all of them, but uphill, that snowboard immediately is going to be nerfed in terms of speed, and Dream hops on off. The players of Four Kings right in front, but the players of NRX 432 going to town with them back to back. Clyde drops Fright, Virus trades Clyde out, Kuhn drops Clyde, Dream takes Nuraj out. It's just all out chaos, Neptune.
Great exchange in there. I'm not sure who they're trading it off, but we'll have to find out. 7 teams in here and 13 soldiers. So not so much of a complete squad that we're looking at. And if I'm looking at it correctly, it's AOB who has been doing a little bit of safe play that might have completed and a complete squad and surviving them for later to be used. But Vagabonds Nomads right now also complete squad, getting 11 kills already to this name. No matter who gets in front of them, just being slayed. But Dream right now being tossed a little bit of those grenades as well as moves just to make sure that they will not see the approach of Vagabonds and Nomads.
Yeah, Vagabonds Nomads this time around, I believe they are going for that round win, and they are most definitely the favorites to take this victory up. Miana, Paquito as well, finding one, but the rewind just played to perfection and just up in the tree like a little bird of prey. Wow, 4Gs just standing by. Ryujin behind him doesn't even know his position. Vagabonds Nomads unsuspecting, one grenade. 4G still not taken out of the equation yet. That guy like a sneaky little owl.
Oh, well, we'll have to see. Oh, finally, 4G has been taken down, and then Virus is the one who kills him. But he didn't fell off in there. Like, good timing. Edge of the safe zone, and he was able to stick in there. But unfortunate for them, AOB will be boxed out. And with the help of safe zone, as well as Jack in hand, Vagabonds and Nomads in here. As you mentioned, AJ, they are here to take the win. And win they must, because there's only a 1v4, and the point will not be given to them. Another one of that gameplay from Winter to deny them of the point.
Yeah, Winter again and again just playing for placements, and fantastic move this time around. Vagabonds Nomads pick up that victory after 5 rounds of trying. Round 6 belongs to them.
Yeah, definitely. Vagabonds Nomads right now, this is one thing that we asked for, and they delivered. And, well, we'll have to find out if this will be something of a snowball from them, because from what we know, kills is where they usually bring in the fight. But with the placement, this is some of those rare moments that they can get a win as well, which is surprisingly, because if you can get a lot of kills, especially with every teams that you go against, you should have been in there closer and even on the top for every round. But this time they took it this time, and comparing it to the points and the kills of the other teams, it's only those on number 7, 4 Kings, that can match up with these numbers.
Yeah, but you know, if you are Vagabonds Nomads, you obviously don't want to be picking up that number 1 spot all the time, because everybody's going to be opening their eyes. Everybody's going to have their eyes on you. And, you know, you got to just sneak around the circle and then sneak into that number 1 spot at the very final moment. They are playing it very smartly, but of course, you know, it's just a matter of time before people catch up. Fantastic in terms of performance this time around. They have got 14 kills onto their side. And wait, this is 14, right? 15 kills to their side. So 25 points overall from this round, which should put Vagabonds Nomads now in the driver's seat for the group overall. NASA They make it to the top spot this time into that final circle. Once again, playing that second placement, 4 points on the kill. Winter doing a lot in terms of surviving for the team as usual. Always up in the air with the Jackal, just playing the game of perfection in terms of survival. But the surprising thing here is to see the players of Academy of Brothers in that final circle. And not only were they in the final circle, they were also nailing the kills. And this is what we wanted out of them. And they provide Neptune.
Exactly, and that's one we've shown and said already about
And
some
Noodles
the
too.
other teams. Yeah, Noodles. Well, survivability for Noodles, yes, it can be seen if they can survive. Like if one member can get into that top 5. But for AOB, from how we seen it earlier, they went in there for the complete squad, just staying back from the gunfight. And well, which is a good plan. Some of the teams, the top teams, has been waiting for the final, like mid to late game before getting in for those kills. And I think that is what AOB did. It's just that towards the final moment, they were just stuck in there. They tried to fire back. But if you saw the position of Vagabond's Nomads, like there was no chance. They are just pushing them off outside the safe zone as the safe zone closes in. And it's very difficult for AOB to fire back at that point and get a lot more on the kills.
Yeah, let's take a peek here towards the bottom. 10th spot picked up by the one and only AXP KRATOS. But no kills means no points at all, because after the 9th spot, you do not pick up any placement points for yourself. Nico Z managing to steal 1 away for ABC Anonymous. And AXP Mercenaries, on the other hand, managed to still clock in 6 points through those slays. And obviously, once again, nothing from placements at all. Team 11 NICAEA Kings pick up 0 points. And the HGD 11 KRATOS managed to sneak away 1. Almighty Prime, I don't know what's up with the inconsistency here, but they take nothing from Blackout this time around. And Team 16 towards the bottom. The question is, do they have kills on their side for us to shout about? I highly doubt it will be anything too impressive, but anything that you can scrape away towards the bottom after the 9th spot, you know, is better than nothing.
Yeah, man, it's very difficult to see really how teams who have been ending in there on the last spot and the Royal Kings in there, they didn't get that much on the points. If I'm not mistaken, it's only 1 point for them, and it was brought in by Alex. There you have it. And Royal Kings, I mean, the consistency of hot dropping everyone else. Yeah, we call that out. Inconsistency of getting points and placement as well. We are calling them out. So Royal Kings, if you're listening, if you're hearing us, there's a better chance for you to get to that grand finals. Just make sure that you review all the gameplays that you've done. Try to get away from early engagement from what we've seen right now. And this might be a chance for you to start for placement, survivability, and then later on manage with the kills.
Yeah, and you know, in terms of managing with the kills, we have seen them do a lot out there on the battlefield in the past for the previous matches, but we just need to see a little bit more consistency and a little bit more of effort from their side. If at all they want to pull out anything for themselves, right? Because Royal Kings, they are a team that has a lot of promise in the competition, but it's just not being shown in their performance right now. But not all is over. Even NRX 420 had a miserable day number 1. They still squeezed in to the left-hand side of the leaderboard and made it through to the grand finals. So the hope is still alive for the Royal Kings, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And if they can recover within a day, then I guess the rest of the teams can do that as well. And we're not just talking about chump teams. These are teams who manage to qualify against 256 teams. And like that is a big achievement already. But hopefully these teams will not let that be the highest achievement for the Garena Survivors, because there's a lot more that can be done by these teams, especially them battling on for good and great teams, top teams within the server, within the community. And at some point, as I mentioned, AJ, there are some teams who feed off of the energy, the adrenaline from best teams, and that brings out the best in them as well.
Yeah, Vagabond Nomads, once again, they sneaked around just purely with the kills, and finally were able to grab a victory for themselves. They got so close, round after round after round. They were slaying, they were supreme, but towards the very end, they bomb out, intentionally or not intentionally. This time, they intended to pick up the win, and that's exactly what they got. We will be seeing the overall leaderboards shortly, and there's no doubt whatsoever that the Vagabonds Nomads will be in that #1 spot because it was very close for the top 4. But Almighty Prime, I believe they would have fallen back quite a little bit with their inconsistent performances, especially in this final game, not picking up anything. 96 points, Vagabonds Nomads right up top. Domination through those skill points, and now one of the most placement points as well overall. Team Conquerors from Very Very Vici managed to secure 83 points overall with that second place. But the Four Kings Aces, no matter how far back they are pushed, they still are in the top 3. 76 points, but 20 points behind Vagabonds Nomads. That's quite a bit to cover if they want to retrieve their #1 spot, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, for the next 2 rounds of the semifinals, if they really want to be in their #1 spot, there's no need to slip up. There's no more 0 kills, 0 point gameplay. There's no more of those early engagement and like elimination. They need to plan out all the approach they need, take the high ground if possible, utilize instinct on the sniper, get information, as well as the aggressiveness and the combination of Fright and Kyun to their advantage. Negi in there is also showing a great potential as a support and also as a slayer if they can do so, but hopefully they can put that in great play and trying to avoid teams who are most aggressive, because that's one thing that might throw off a complete squad.
Yeah, and you know, in terms of throwing off complete squads, ABC Mystic, the ones who bring and represent that MYSG flag, are doing phenomenal once again in this competition. They just need to hustle a little bit more. They're equalizing the performance of NRX 432, and that's something that MYSG can be super proud of. Mystic, as usual, bringing that promise and delivering as well. And all we need from them is just a little bit more hustle. NASA Vanguard, through all of their superb Jackal plays, have managed to find the 7th spot. AXP KRATOS, mainly with the slays, not so much of survivability. And when we look at the right-hand side, it is D11 KRATOS. And of course, they have got nothing to do with AXP KRATOS. It's just a totally different brand who just likes God of War, I guess. And 23 kill points, 4 placements from them, 9th place. But let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule and see exactly what we can expect. Even before looking at it, I can tell you, you can expect the exact same. We start off at the exact same time at 6 p.m., 6 rounds back-to-back, 3 at Isolated, 3 at Blackout, and all of that happens with your support. Make sure you drop that like and share on this broadcast and join us tomorrow to support us from the very start.
Yeah, definitely. And we're looking forward to your support as well as support to your teams, because at some point, AJ, this is where we see great improvement from teams who are not doing well. Because if a lot of energy coming from the fans out there, and I'm talking about positive energy, AJ. Yeah. Positive energy that's coming from the viewers as well as the fans out there. It brings a different story, a different side of a team and players. So hopefully we'll give out more of that positive energy. Those toxicity needs to be thrown away. They are waste, I would say.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, a lot of people have, toned down, mainly because our moderators are superstars, right? We saw them hop on in there, and the moment the moderators appeared, all of those people who were being toxic in the comments deleted their own comments. They're like, okay, I'm not going to get banned today. But, of course, a few fake profiles were being set up, and they were just being cheeky as usual. Hopefully, that can be reduced tomorrow. But either way, I've got trust in our moderators to keep the chat as clean as possible. It's going to be squeaky by the time we get back in there tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's been a fantastic day. Thank you so much for your likes and shares. I am the Mustachio AJ, down here with my brother Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. You guys take care. Good night and goodbye.